A frightening call received to 911 reported a terrible crime that had occurred in the Eckerd family living in the state of Florida, United States. The love between two brothers was destroyed overnight due to jealousy over loving the same girl. Sean Paul Eckerd was born on October 12, 1990, in the small town located in San Diego County, California. His parents were Donna and Samuel Eckerd. He also had a brother, Stanley Elias Eckerd, who was 2 years older than Sean. Donna and Samuel had a total of 6 other children from previous relationships, but the media only mentioned the names of Jennifer. These children lived separately from the family on the other coast of the USA, in Florida. The Eckerd family settled in San Diego in a rented house, where Sean and Stanley spent their childhood. The boys grew up in love and care. It seemed their upbringing was calm and completely normal. Sean had charisma from child and was always very generous. With these qualities, he managed to win people over in their environment, practically making them fall in love with him. For Donna, in particular, Sean became a breath of fresh air in the family, and perhaps it was because of this that her affection for him was so noticeable. Due to the busy schedules of their parents, especially their mother, who was involved in work and church activities, Sean and Stanley were often left alone at home. The relationship between the two brothers was generally harmonious, although it was naturally not without episodes of quarrels, as often happens in family relationships. For example, it was common for Stanley, as the older brother, to make fun of Sean. Disagreements and disputes would often arise from this. As Sean grew up, he displayed a sociable and cheerful character, which contrasted with the calm demeanor of his parents. The Eckerd family did not communicate much with their neighbors and rarely made acquaintances. However, as Sean matured, everything changed. He managed to establish good relationships with everyone around him. At some point, this ability helped him become friends with their neighbor, Mary, who was from Torrance, located in Los Angeles County. She was a single mother of 2 children. Mary loved animals. She kept many different animals at her house, including horses, chickens, and sheep. The animals caught Sean's attention, leading him to visit her house frequently to help care for them. Sean began to spend more and more time at Mary's house, playing with her family, and he even became friends with her children. Over time, her house became a second home for Sean, especially during the times when his parents were not present or communicating much with him. Mary spoiled him and especially enjoyed having him around. At some point, he seemed to have become her child. Sean, Mary, and her children often went for walks to the observation decks of San Diego, just to admire the valley, which was one of Sean's favorite activities. However, in 2005, when Sean was 15 years old and had finished high school, he learned that the house where his family lived would be sold. When Sean found out that the house they were renting was going to be sold, he was heartbroken. He didn't want to move at all. The family had tried to find a place to rent in the area, but they couldn't find anything that fit their budget. His grandmother lived in Florida, and she had a house that she said they could live in if they moved there. So the family decided to move. Sean asked if he could stay with Mary, but his parents loved him so much they wanted him to stay with them. Mary remembers him crying when he arrived on the day he had to leave. The move occurred in August 2005. The family now lived in Spring Hill, Florida, in a house with a huge garden in the backyard. Both brothers enrolled in the local high school. Sean and Stanley adapted easily to the new environment, making friends both with their neighbors and classmates. Among their new friends, Samantha, a local teenage girl who quickly became friends with the brothers. Despite their busy new lives, Sean still missed Mary and her family. They kept in touch daily, calling each other to arrange meetings, leading Sean to dream that immediately after finishing school, he would return to California and continue living with them. In May 2006, Stanley revealed some news to their parents that left them utterly amazed. He announced that he was going to drop out of school. Stanley said that he wanted to devote more time to his hobby of studying martial arts and collecting swords. However, in reality, his desire to drop out was also influenced by the bad company he had fallen into. These unfavorable connections eventually led to his arrest in 2007 on charges of committing serious crimes related to fraud. However, later on, Stanley managed to get away with it. One of the neighbors knew Stanley, described him as a cheerful guy but called him a liar and a thief with obsessive thoughts, stating that he lied only to feel better. One of the Eckerd children described Stanley as a talented musician with a high intellect. Perhaps because of his rich vocabulary, the other kids considered him arrogant because they simply did not understand him. She said that people with high IQs often seem a little strange to others. She insisted that her brother was a good person. At the end of the same summer, Sean also approached their parents with troubling news, announcing his desire to drop out of school. Samuel and Donna feared a similar outcome, believing that Sean could follow the same crooked path as his older brother. However, Sean was not inclined to get into trouble. Instead, he soon got a job and joined the service team at a restaurant chain. Unfortunately, Sean often fell ill, which drove him to despair. He was forced to miss shifts at work, and soon he had to quit his job. Eventually, it turned out that he was suffering from encephalitis. Then, Sean even fell into a coma that lasted for 40 days. As his sister recounted, the doctors who treated him in Tampa said he had white lesions on his brain and considered his survival unlikely. His parents did not want to give up and insisted that Sean might wake up. Fortunately for them, it happened. When Sean finally awoke, he was in a deplorable state. He had lost about 20 kilograms and was greatly weakened. He had to undergo long-term therapy. During this difficult process, the Eckerd family was by his side. Donna, Samuel, and Stanley gave him unwavering support. Thanks in many ways to their efforts, Sean managed to fully rehabilitate and regain his health. Undoubtedly, such problems with their son affected Donna deeply. She experienced so much stress and suffering that she eventually developed heart problems. Sean, after going through this ordeal, wanted to return to school. Some of his friends and family members noted that he seemed to have begun to treat life more sensibly and appreciated every moment. Being in this mental state, in the summer of 2009, Sean decided that he was ready to go to California and reunite with Mary, his second family. He was greeted with great joy, which led Sean to tell Mary about his aspirations and plans for the future. Sean also shared his dream of becoming a physical therapist but noted that he would need money to make his dream come true. Sean and Mary were determined to figure it out, so they started looking for loans and grants. By this time, Sean took for granted that the right thing to do was to stick to his original plan of moving to California, and he told his mother about it. However, she felt that now was not the best time to let her son go, especially after all the suffering he had endured. Donna believed he would not be able to get proper medical care there. That with his parents, he had everything he needed to live, so she asked Sean to stay. It was an unpleasant decision for Sean, but he listened to his mother. Before parting from Mary, he promised them that he would return the following summer. At the same time in Florida, both brothers gradually began to warm up to Samantha, their mutual new friend. In early May 2010, Stanley and Sean exchanged text messages with her. However, it was Stanley who eventually took the initiative and asked her out. Samantha happily accepted, and they spent a wonderful evening together. At the end of the evening, they drove back together, and just before saying goodbye, they kissed. Stanley took this as a sign that they were now in a relationship and informed everyone he knew about it. However, it turned out that this was not the case. After their date, Samantha realized that she liked his brother Sean, and after a few days, she began dating Sean. It should be noted that both Sean and Samantha informed Stanley about their relationship. For Stanley, this news was shocking, and of course, the relationship between the brothers deteriorated sharply. It got to the point where they were arguing emotionally even in front of their parents. Because of this, Samantha and Sean pretended to break off their relationship, started keeping it a secret. However, this led to false hope for Stanley. Blinded by jealousy, Stanley warned Samantha not to trust Sean, claiming that Sean only wanted to play with her feelings. On June 17, 2010, while Sean and Stanley were helping their brother, Sean confessed that his relationship with Samantha was ongoing and that his intentions were serious. Stanley pretended that this news did not matter to him. However, deep down, he felt an intensely strong anger flare up inside him. The next day, without considering what Stanley might think or do, Sean made plans for a date with Samantha. Early Saturday morning, June 19, 2010, they said their goodbyes and went home. Sean immediately returned to his room and locked the door, planning to rest. However, Stanley had completely different plans. He quietly crept up to the door and opened it, bringing a rope with him. At first, the brothers just started arguing, but very soon their conversation escalated into a loud argument about courting Samantha. Suddenly, they attacked each other, and the fight took an unusual turn when Stanley threw a rope around Sean's neck. According to a later account, Stanley stated that at some point, they just fell to the floor, and Sean received a fatal blow to the neck. In horror, Stanley approached him and suddenly felt that the body of his younger brother was slowly freezing. Eventually, Sean's heart stopped, and he breathed his last in Stanley's arms. In a state of shock, Stanley began to deny what was happening. He placed Sean's body on the bed and started questioning how they had come to this tragic outcome. At that moment, Stanley could think of nothing better than to dig a grave in their garden with his own hands. Once he completed this task, he pulled his brother's body out of the window and lowered it into the hole. At the moment he began to bury Sean, their mother, Donna, woke up and strange muffled sounds outside the house attracted her attention. Noticing her son, she asked what he was doing. Stanley replied that he was simply burying some of Samantha's things because he didn't want them to continue reminding him of her. Donna was satisfied with this answer and left, allowing Stanley to continue with his terrible plan. He successfully completed the burial and devised a plan. He intended to dig up and bring Sean's body away in 2 weeks when his parents left home. Afterward, Stanley went to Sean's room and took Sean's phone to message Samantha while impersonating him. He claimed that Sean wanted to break off the relationship. Around 9:30 a.m., when Samantha woke up and saw these messages, she didn't know what to think or feel. Considering the previous evening, such words from Sean seemed absurd. Shortly after that, Stanley texted Samantha from Stanley's phone and asked her to call him back. He tried to convince her that Sean had packed his things and left for California. Before ending the conversation, Stanley added that things were calmer at home now. That same day, Samantha visited the Eckert house to collect some of her belongings. Offering to give her a lift, Stanley confessed that he still loved her and expressed hope that with Sean's departure, they could try to start anew. On Sunday, June 20th, 2010, Donna celebrated her birthday, coinciding with her father's celebration. Deciding not to miss the opportunity, they organized a party to celebrate both occasions. However, without Sean, it felt as though they could not enjoy the day. They tried calling him many times, but to no avail. At some point, Sean finally responded, but only through a text message. This was completely uncharacteristic of him, as he had never ignored his parents' calls before, prompting them to realize that something was wrong and fear that something terrible had happened to their son. On June 21st, 2010, Jennifer went to her parents' house to check for any news about Sean's whereabouts. During a conversation between Jennifer and Donna, Donna mentioned the strange pit that Stanley had dug the day before. "I don't quite understand, will this make any sense?" Jennifer asked. She then urged their father to inspect the hole. As soon as they began digging, he fell onto his son's arms and legs. Panicking, he screamed in horror and quickly pieced together the grim reality. Jennifer dialed emergency services, but her voice was so broken that the dispatcher struggled to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Samuel was screaming non-stop, making it difficult for the dispatcher to grasp what was happening. At this time, Donna ran to Stanley's room to find out what had happened. She found her son sitting on the floor, sobbing and asking for forgiveness while claiming it was an accident. Meanwhile, Jennifer begged emergency services to send the police, fearing that Stanley might attack the rest of the family. After a harrowing 7-minute call, the police finally arrived at the Eckert house. There, they found Samuel kneeling in front of the hole, digging with his hands and trying to pull Sean's body out by his arms. An officer ordered him to stop, but he did not comply. The police had to forcibly lead the grieving father away. A few minutes later, Donna emerged from the room with Stanley. He was arrested on the scene and taken for questioning. During his interrogation, Stanley changed his account of events several times. Initially, he claimed that his brother was addicted to illegal substances and deep in debt. Then, one day, when he went into his room, he saw Sean attempting to end one's own life. Stanley asserted that he tried to stop Sean from what he had planned, but his efforts were in vain. He tried to convince the police that he hid his brother's body because he wanted to spare his mother the enormous pain of loss. After 2 hours of interrogation, under pressure from the police, Stanley finally admitted what truly happened and disclosed that the reason for the quarrel was Samantha, at 10:30 p.m. on the same Monday. Stanley was taken to Hernando County Jail to be held without bail on a charge of second-degree murder. 2 days later, the forensic experts performed an autopsy on Sean's body and presented the forensic analysis results to the court. The report stated that Sean had visible bruises in the muscles under the skin of his neck, which clearly indicated that the area had been compressed, making breathing difficult. The examination concluded that death was caused by traumatic brain injury and neck trauma. To determine whether the case warranted first or second-degree charges, Deputy State's Attorney began a thorough review of the case's circumstances. A first-degree charge would mean that Stanley could face the death penalty. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing was held before District Judge. In the second row of the courtroom were Samuel and Donna, who were clearly shocked by what was happening. Although prosecutor insisted on a first-degree charge, he confirmed that he would not seek the death penalty. Immediately after Judge announced that the hearing would be adjourned, Stanley, pale and handcuffed, made a calming gesture toward his parents. They were both sobbing. In the end, Stanley was charged with first-degree murder, but he was offered a plea deal. If he pleaded guilty, he would spend no more than 20 years in prison. To everyone's surprise, Stanley chose to stand trial, essentially giving up the opportunity to go free. The trial began on April 9, 2013. The defense was led by attorney Alan Fanter, while prosecutor Pete Magrino remained in charge of the prosecution. The main goal of the prosecution was to convince the jury that the defendant had carefully planned the crime. During the discussion of arguments, prosecutor Pete addressed Stanley directly. However, Stanley maintained remarkable composure and did not admit to what Pete was trying to elicit. The prosecutor then announced to everyone present that the motive for the crime was Stanley's jealousy and that everything pointed to premeditated actions on his part. In response, attorney Allen argued that it was a spontaneous fight that led to a tragic accident. He emphasized that despite Stanley's obviously unsuccessful attempt to cover up the evidence of the crime, he was motivated by good intentions, trying to protect his mother. Allen appealed to the jury not to let Stanley's attempt to cover up the crime cloud the true essence of the events. After hearing the testimonies, the jury, consisting of 9 women and 3 men, deliberated for 2 hours on April 12, 2013, and concluded that the crime was not premeditated. Consequently, they found Stanley guilty of second-degree murder. Despite efforts by Donna and Samuel to obtain a new trial, they were not granted this opportunity. During the final hearing held a month later, on May 13, 2013, emotions overwhelmed both parents. Through tears, they begged Judge to reconsider the case, with Donna recounting the defense arguments. The judge tried to calm them down, noting that no parent should have to endure what they were experiencing. However, he concluded that the crime was too serious and the perpetrator had to be punished. Therefore, Judge sentenced Stanley to 50 years in prison without possibility of parole. In turn, Stanley publicly apologized to his family and confessed to his actions. He admitted that he would never be able to atone for his guilt. From California, Mary watched the trial with a broken heart. Looking at the valleys of San Diego, she remembered the wonderful time spent together with Sean and felt profound sadness, realizing how lucky she had been to meet such a remarkable man. The tragic saga of the Eckerd family serves as a haunting reminder of how jealousy and unchecked emotions can shatter familial bonds and lead to irreversible consequences. Sean Paul Eckerd's vibrant life, marked by charisma and dreams of a brighter future, was cut short by his brother Stanley's act of violence, leaving a community in shock and a family in perpetual grief. The courtroom's verdict, while delivering justice, could not mend the wounds inflicted on Donna, Samuel, and their loved ones. They almost lost both of their sons. Hi everyone. Thanks for returning. Let's unravel another horrible case. The case of Veronica Youngblood. 30 years old, Veronica Youngblood originally came from Argentina. The exact timing of her move to the United States is unclear, but she grew up in poverty. At the young age of 16, she gave birth to her first daughter, Sharon. At that time, she started working as a call girl to support herself and earn money. In 2007, she met Ronald Youngblood, a pilot in the U.S. Navy, who was one of her clients. They quickly started dating, and in 2009, they got married in Las Vegas. Marrying Ronald brought stability to Veronica's life, offering her a home, a supportive husband, and assistance in caring for her daughter. A few years later, in 2012, Veronica and Ronald welcomed a daughter together named Brooklyn. Sharon is described as a sweet and kind girl who is always willing to help others. She is currently in 10th grade at Octina High School and participates in figure skating. Coach Lynette Carroll, who has coached she for about 4 years, commented that she is a persistent and hardworking athlete who has performed well in competitions. Sharon was a good student with a bright future ahead of her. She often talks about her dream of becoming a singer and has a great group of friends, which makes her popular. Brooklyn, 5, is a smart, loving little girl who loves animals. She is adored by her family. However, the relationship between her parents, Veronica and Ronald, is strained. They often argued, which prompted the police to intervene. In 2014, while Ronald and his family were in Honduras, she called the local police to report that she and Ronald had a disagreement, during which he became physically violent. During this time, the family said Ronald began to suspect Veronica of having an affair. After that, their relationship deteriorated, and some people said he became more domineering, jealous, and possessive. They said that while in Honduras, he began denying his wife access to transportation, money, and even the internet. At one point, Veronica sought assistance from the U.S. Embassy to facilitate her emergency return to the United States, which was granted. After their time in Honduras, Ronald was assigned to the Navy Department in Washington, D.C., and they moved to Florida. There, they effectively separated, but continued to live together. Following their time in Florida, they relocated with their children to Oakton, Virginia, and began divorce proceedings. They continued to live in the same house, though, possibly because they wanted to raise their 2 daughters together and because Veronica was unemployed, so could not afford to live independently. However, the divorce proceedings and child custody battle put further strain on their relationship. During this process, Veronica applied for student loans and named Ronald as a guarantor without his consent. This led to a number of disputes. By September 2016, the court decided that they could continue living together in Oakton and have joint custody of their daughter Brooklyn, without either party having to pay alimony. In October 2016, Ronald filed for a protective order to protect himself from Veronica. He alleged that she took his phone and threw it in the toilet, poured water on his laptop, and scratched his car. As a result, the court ordered she to move out of their shared home and maintain a distance of 500 feet from Ronald and Brooklyn until a hearing, scheduled for 2 weeks later. The hearing was finalized on October 31, 2016, and the divorce was finalized. After the hearing, Veronica most likely moved back into the marital home because she and Ronald began living together again. Everything went smoothly until March 2018, when Ronald and Veronica failed to appear in court. They filed a joint consent form for a 14 years project that stated they both wanted to move to Sedalia, Missouri, with their 2 daughters, Sharon and Brooklyn, in August 2018. They chose Missouri because that's where most of Ronald's family lives. The agreement that the two signed and filed with the court stated that Veronica would be given her own apartment, 30 miles away from Ronald's home, and that he would be responsible for paying rent for the next 3 years. During this period, they would share joint custody of their daughter, Brooklyn. The court approved this arrangement, and the move was planned. However, on April 13, 2018, she changed her mind about moving, hired a new lawyer, and sought to change the custody agreement. She explained that her situation had changed since the initial agreement was filed. Veronica said she had gotten a good-paying job and would work full-time, but to do this, she needed to stay in Virginia. She also said that she was in the process of buying her own home so that she could live independently of Ronald without his support. In her revised request, she sought full custody of Brooklyn, with the intention of letting their daughter live with her. The dispute between Ronald and Veronica was adjudicated in July 2018. The decision was made that there was no change. Both parties still had to move to Missouri as previously agreed. By August 2018, the judge refused to change the decision, and both parties signed this document to agree. 10 days later, Ronald notified the court of his new address in Missouri, where he planned to move in mid-August 2018. Sadly, this move would never take place. On August 5, 2018, 911 operator Jennifer Hoffman received a call from a 15-year-old girl who was crying out in pain. Sharon pleaded for help, saying she has just been attacked. When Jennifer asked who attacked her, she responded, "Her mother, Veronica." Sharon said her mother came into room while she and her younger sister, Brooklyn, were sleeping. Her mother said she was going to take her to God, then attacked her. Jennifer tried to reassure Sharon, informing her that help was on the way and to stay calm. However, Jennifer then heard the girl screaming and moaning in pain, repeatedly pleading. She said she didn't want to die. Please help her. Finally, in the evening, the rescue team arrived at the apartment on Lincoln Street. They found Sharon alive, with 2 wounds, one in the back and one in the chest. Tragically, her little sister Brooklyn was discovered dead in her bed due to injury to the head. Sharon was still alive at the time, but in critical condition. She was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, she did not survive. She fought bravely, but died just a few days later. When police arrived at the scene, they did not find Ronald or Veronica. Later that evening, they located Veronica. She went to a friend's house and knocked on the door, with a gun in her hand. Her friend called 911, leading to her swift detention. Upon her arrest, officers discovered she still had the gun with her and was driving a rental car. The police also found 2 ammunition magazines for the weapon. During her interrogation just a few hours later, Veronica confessed that she had bought the gun with plans to kill her daughters, Ronald and Veronica. Then she will die too. She mentioned that she was unhappy with her life, but did not elaborate further. The police later learned that immediately after the shootings, she called Ronald to inform him that she had killed their daughters, and she intended to die as well, adding that she hated him. During the police interrogation, Veronica confessed to her guilt. When the investigator asked what punishment she thought she deserved, she stated it should be the death penalty. Although Virginia has abolished the death penalty, the officers present during the interrogation noted that she spoke in a flat, emotionless manner throughout. As a result, she was charged with first-degree murder for the deaths of her 2 children. At her initial court hearing, she indicated that she did not require a public defender and did not want to hire a private attorney. However, eventually, she hired a lawyer. And at her plea hearing, she pleaded guilty, citing insanity. Veronica delayed each court hearing in her case. The next hearing was pushed back for several months because she repeatedly refused to leave prison to attend. Ultimately, the murder trial began in March 2023. Recently, the prosecution argued that she was not insane. Instead, they claimed she had carefully planned the murders of her daughters, Sharon and Brooklyn, as revenge against her ex-husband, Ronald. The murder occurred just days before Brooklyn and Ronald moved to Missouri. Veronica had just gone through a difficult divorce and was trying to get revenge. The prosecution presented a detailed timeline, demonstrating the premeditation behind the crimes. 9 days before the murders, Veronica attended a local gun show and purchased a gun. Prosecutors allege she did this with the intention of killing both her daughters, Sharon and Brooklyn. On the day before the shootings, Sharon asked Veronica if her mother had planned to kill her and Brooklyn, and if so, that would be horrible. The prosecution contended that Veronica had been plotting the murders for several days. On the day of the crime, they claimed she gave both children chewing gum laced with sleeping pills to incapacitate them. She then went into each room and attacked each of his daughters. During the investigation, it was discovered that Veronica had attacked Brooklyn in the head, causing her instant death. For Sharon, after the first attack, little girl woke up and started screaming. She asked her mother why she had shot her, and her mother replied that little girl was going to see God. Veronica then struck her again in the chest and left the apartment. Finally, Veronica called Ronald and left a voice message saying, "She killed Brooklyn, she killed Sharon, and she will die. She hates him. Goodbye." The prosecution alleged that Veronica was a liar and a manipulator. They said she caused chaos and shirked responsibility for her own gain. They described her as cruel, selfish, vengeful, and calculating. They claimed that she planned and executed the murder plot to get revenge on her ex-husband, Ronald. The defense, on the other hand, argued that she was suffering from psychological problems. They said she had been abused by a cruel man who had physically and mentally abused her. The defense claimed that Ronald never loved her and that she had suffered abuse since childhood. The lawyers again pointed to the poverty that Veronica and her younger sister lived in. They said she had suffered abuse from her grandfather and daily beatings from her parents, to the point where she was at one point unable to walk. Her father would often beat her with tree branches, belts, and brooms. After years of living in such cruel conditions, her parents abandoned she and her younger sister without a word, leaving them to fend for themselves. Then, Veronica was forced to turn to sex work to provide for her daughter and support her sister. During the proceedings, her younger sister gave a statement in which mentions that since childhood, she has followed a South American religion called Umbanda. This religion believes in the existence of a supreme creator, the ability to communicate with the spirits of the dead, and the concept of reincarnation, spiritual growth, through various practices. The defense used this information to argue that Veronica believed she had the ability to communicate with the dead. The defense argued that Veronica had suffered abuse and neglect in her past, and that in addition to these factors, she suffered from severe mental illness. She reported having heard voices throughout her life. At trial, she claimed that she had heard voices that night, leading her to believe that she had to kill her daughters. The defense argued that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. They asserted that she was terrified that her children would experience the same abuse she endured as a child if they were separated from her. Veronica's defense team said she went to the police and asked for the death penalty. This shows that she intends to die. During the trial, various witnesses, including doctors who attempted to save Sharon's life and people who knew Veronica, Ronald during their marriage, provided testimony. One of the witnesses was Manuel, a defense attorney, who met Veronica by chance at the time of the incident. He shared that they met in the summer of 2018, and when they first met, she seemed calm and composed. However, by the end of July, things had changed. Manuel said that in late July, Veronica shared with him that she had lost her nursing job, which would have prevented her from moving to Missouri, as she had said in court. During their conversations, she expressed a desire for a more serious relationship, but he responded that he was not ready for a serious relationship. Therefore, the two decided to end their relationship at that time. A few days later, she sent him a text claiming she was pregnant with his child. On July 31st, he visited her home to discuss the pregnancy. Upon arrival, he noticed the apartment was dark, lit only by candles, which created a romantic atmosphere. Although they talked, but he soon left because he felt unsafe. He said that after that conversation, he no longer trusted Veronica's word about her pregnancy, He didn't believe anything she said. It is highly unlikely that she was pregnant, as there were no reports from the prison indicating that she had given birth or experienced a miscarriage. After their conversation, Manuel instructed his lawyer to send Veronica a letter, telling her not to contact him again. He mentioned that he saw she again on August 5, when she appeared at his doorstep. She was calm and seemed cold, asking to come in. However, he refused to open the door and asked her to leave. Veronica advised Manuel to call the police, as they were looking for her. When he inquired why the police were looking for her, she revealed, because she just killed her daughters. At that point, she pulled a gun from her belt and explained her actions to him. Following this, he called 911 to report her location. During the trial, the focus turned to Sharon's 911 call, in which little girl told the dispatcher that she was dying because her mother had just attacked her. At that moment, Veronica stood up and cried out. Veronica couldn't take it anymore. The judge decided to adjourn the trial and informed the jury that Veronica had asked for a waiver because she had interrupted the hearing. Veronica then testified, with tears streaming down her face, about the trauma she had endured. The jury and several others in attendance were moved to tears as she shared the horrors of her life. Ronald attended the trial. He also took the stand to speak about how wonderful his daughters, Sharon and Brooklyn, were, expressing his deep love for them and his devastation over the incident. The prosecution's strong arguments convinced the jury to find Veronica guilty. She purchased the gun 9 days before the murder and had given her daughters sleeping medication beforehand, leaving them defenseless. This clearly indicated that she had planned the act well in advance. It was not a spontaneous decision made in a moment of madness. On the final day, she followed through with her plan, reinforcing that this was not an impulsive act. Veronica claimed that she was mentally ill and did not intend to commit the crime. She had endured abuse throughout her life, which contributed to her mental health struggles. She believed that her actions were meant to protect her daughters from the same abuse she experienced as a child. After a 2-week trial, the jury began their deliberations and returned the next day with a verdict. They determined that Veronica was not insane at the time of the crime and found her guilty of first-degree murder for the deaths of Brooklyn and Sharon, as well as for using a firearm during the commission of the crime. During the sentencing phase, the jury decided that prison was the appropriate consequence for Veronica. Upon hearing her sentence, Veronica reacted with anger, shouting, "No, no," and leaping from her chair. Court officials had to escort her out of the courtroom. Then, she was taken back to prison, under special surveillance. A few days later, the jury returned to impose a sentence of 36 years in prison for each murder and an additional 3 years for each firearm offense. In total, Veronica will serve 78 years in prison. Throughout their relationship, Ronald and Veronica both caused each other harm. She may have had some psychological issues, believing that harming her daughters would get back at her ex-husband, Ronald. However, he is not without fault either, and many of Veronica's past experiences likely shaped her personality and her relationship with he. If Veronica feared her daughters would suffer the same abuse she endured as a child, it's important to note that she had full custody of Sharon, and only Brooklyn had to leave. She needed to move to Missouri, a plan she had agreed upon with Ronald. If she had followed through with this move, Brooklyn would not have been so far away from her. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we will explore a new case, the case of Nohema Graber. When a student at Fairfield High School received his Spanish test results, he found that his entire exam had been marked in red pen. He had failed because received a low grade. He was furious in front of his classmates, but the teacher reassured him, stating that she believed in his abilities and that he just needed to prepare better for the next test. Little did the elderly woman know that this would later have a tragic effect on her life. Fairfield is a small, quiet town in the southeastern part of the state of Quince, with a population of around 99,000 people. It features beautiful architecture and has about 12 parks and recreational areas, which is a significant number for a town of its size. One of these parks was a favorite walking spot for teacher Nohema Graber. She followed a daily routine of taking a certain number of steps to stay active and maintain her health, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of nature. However, on November 2, 2021, after finishing her workday, Nohema was tragically killed, leaving the residents of Fairfield in shock and fear. What a devastating event for their once peaceful town. Nohema was born on November 10, 1954, in Jalapa, Mexico, where she grew up in a loving family. From a young age, she was known for her openness and kindness. At the age of 20, Nohema began her career as a flight attendant for a major Mexican airline, which allowed her to indulge her passion for travel and an active lifestyle. She became one of the first women in Mexico to train as a pilot, paving the way for future female pilots in this challenging yet prestigious field. In 1985, at the age of 31, Nohema met Paul Graber, who was visiting Mexico on a business trip. They first encountered each other at a nightclub. After their meeting, Paul received Nohema's phone number and called her a few days later. Initially, he thought she was ignoring him, but she agreed to go on a date. Their relationship quickly blossomed into a romance. After a year of dating, on October 4, 1986, Nohema and Paul got married in Mexico. They then settled in Nohema's hometown, where she continued her work in the airline industry while Paul found a job in this new country. In 1991, after 5 years of marriage, the Graber family welcomed their first child, a son named Christian. A year later, they had another son, Jareth. Nohema, who was 37 and had worked for 17 years, decided to focus on her family. During the 1990s, the area where they lived became increasingly dangerous, prompting they to make the significant decision to leave Mexico and move to America, Paul's homeland. In 1992, they settled in Fairfield, where Paul found a well-paying job and supported the family while Nohema became a stay-at-home mom. Soon after, she gave birth to their daughter, Naima. Nohema quickly adapted to life in the U.S. and began attending St. Mary's Catholic Church, where she made a donation and eventually became a community leader. As time went on, their children grew up and began to move out, leaving Nohema feeling bored and lacking purpose. Once she turned 50, she decided to pursue further education and enrolled at Westland University in Mount Plant, Iowa. There, she earned a degree in English and a teaching certificate. Nohema then secured a job at a high school in Atashtat, Iowa, where she taught Spanish for several years, gaining valuable experience. In 2012, Nohema began teaching at Fairfield High School. Her students and colleagues appreciated her greatly, often speaking of her fondly. Graduates would send her postcards and letters, and she made it a point to respond, and always ending her replies with her signature message, "Be more confident." On November 2, 2021, after school, Nohema drove to the park. She was active and enjoyed walking, but that day she did not return home. Her husband, Paul, grew concerned when she didn't answer his calls. He went to the park and searched their usual spots, but he was unable to find her anywhere, and her car, a blue 1997 Honda Odyssey, was also missing. Feeling anxious, Paul promptly contacted the police to report. Right away, a search began in the park for Nohema. Her colleagues reported that she had not shown up for work, and since the previous evening, she had stopped responding to calls and messages. Meanwhile, students contacted the police with information about their classmate. They revealed that the night before, he had shared disturbing photos on social network. These photos were sent by Jeremy Goodale, a 16-year-old student at Fairfield High School. Born in 2005, Jeremy grew up in a dysfunctional family with 4 older siblings. His parents frequently argued and were often absent, leaving the older children to care for the younger ones. Eventually, the parents divorced. The mother moved in with another man, leaving her children behind to live with their father in the family home. The living conditions in the house were chaotic. It was filled with dirt and dust, flies buzzed around, and the bed linens had gone unchanged for months. They washed only once a week. The children lacked female care and love, so looked unkempt. Jeremy was described by his classmates as a quiet and modest boy who played on a baseball team. He didn't stand out much, except for his messy appearance. However, Jeremy faced more serious issues. He struggled with depression, anxiety, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Doctors prescribed him medication to help. He studied Spanish with a teacher named Nohema, and his best friend was Willard Miller. Unlike Jeremy, Willard came from a wealthy family, but he found school challenging, particularly with foreign languages. Willard had recently transferred to Fairfield High School after attending a prestigious school with a tougher curriculum. On November 3, the body of Nohema was discovered near the railway in the north. She was lying on the ground wrapped in a tarpaulin, covered with old sleepers, various garbage, branches, and leaves. At the time of the discovery, she had died many hours ago. An initial examination revealed that Nohema died from blunt force trauma to the head. What does that mean? Her death was a homicide, and that her body had been deliberately concealed. Witnesses reported seeing Nohema's Honda Odyssey leave the park around 5:00 p.m. She had spent approximately 45 minutes there. However, the witnesses could not identify or describe the actual driver. Shortly afterward, the police found her blue Honda abandoned on a country road south of where her body was located. Another witness later came forward, stating they saw two young men walking along this same road around 5:30 p.m., heading back to the park. One of them was pushing an old garden wheelbarrow. Unfortunately, this witness could not describe the young men and did not remember their faces. Based on the suspicious photo that went viral, the police arrived at Jeremy's house. He seemed agitated. Although he knew that the teacher was missing, he was unaware that her body had already been discovered. He denied any involvement in her disappearance, but was not informed about what the police had found at his home. Detectives discovered a blood-stained baseball bat and several black hairs in his house. They also found clothes and a blood-stained terry towel belonging to him. On Jeremy's phone, they found a text file titled "Preparation," which detailed the items needed for a planned act, including rubber gloves, wet wipes, a backpack, a bag, a blanket, a garden wheelbarrow, and other supplies. The file also outlined a step-by-step plan of actions. After the officers finished inspecting Jeremy's house, they proceeded to Willard's home. At that time, Willard, like Jeremy, was unaware that their teacher had already been found dead. Willard remained calm during the police questioning and readily discussed how he and Jeremy had walked in the local park the previous evening. However, he became visibly nervous when the conversation shifted to Nohema. His demeanor changed as he mentioned that Nohema did not regard him highly and often underestimated him. Meanwhile, the community of Fairfield was shocked and mourned the passing of Nohema, as she was known to be kind, compassionate, and always helpful to her students, leaving everyone puzzled about why anyone would want to harm her. After searches of the houses, Jeremy Gudella and Willard Miller were arrested and taken into custody on suspicion of murdering their Spanish language teacher. During their interrogation, they were informed that the body had been discovered. Both provided similar accounts of the events. They admitted to walking in the park that afternoon when they encountered their teacher. They greeted her, but suddenly, a group of masked individuals attacked Nohema, hitting her on the head with a bat, causing her to lose consciousness and fall. Jeremy and Willard claimed they were forced to watch as the assailants continued to assault her. They alleged that they were then told to hide the body, take her car, and abandon it near a country road. Jeremy and Willard denied any wrongdoing, asserting that they were merely witnesses to the murder and had been compelled to obey the orders of the true criminals. However, evidence found in Jeremy's house suggested otherwise. The blood and hair found on the baseball bat, as well as the blood on Jeremy's clothes and towel, all belonged to Nohema. Furthermore, there were no witnesses who saw a group of masked individuals or any strangers in the park. A notebook discovered in Jeremy's house revealed that he and his friends had been stalking Nohema for several weeks. They recorded the times her classes ended, when she left school, how long she spent in her car, and where she went afterward. This detailed documentation of Nohema's schedule indicated that it was easy for them to predict her daily movements. The young men knew that Nohema walked in the park every day and were familiar with this route. They chose the right moment to attack Nohema while she was walking alone on a dark, deserted street. During questioning, Willard admitted that he disliked Nohema because he felt she always underestimated him. He acknowledged that he frequently argued with her during class, and his classmates had witnessed these confrontations. These two young men told conflicting stories. This time, Jeremy accused Willard of hitting Nohema, while Willard insisted he had not touched her, claiming that it was Jeremy who had killed her. During the investigation, the investigators was uncovered that on the day of the incident, Jeremy and Willard went to a park and concealed themselves in an out-of-the-way spot while they waited. When Nohema arrived, one of them struck her on the head with a bat, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse. The two then dragged her off the path and took turns assaulting her until she died. Afterward, they covered her body with branches and leaves before fleeing the scene in her car, which they abandoned on a country road. While walking, they made their way to Willard's house, where they took a garden wheelbarrow, a shovel, and a tarpaulin. They returned to the crime scene, wrapped the victim in the tarpaulin, placed her in the wheelbarrow, and transported her to the railroad tracks. There, they concealed the body by placing old railway sleepers, garbage, branches, and fallen leaves on top. Once the body was hidden, Jeremy and Willard returned home and attempted to clean up any evidence of their crime, believing they would never be discovered. Detectives discovered unusual search queries on Willard's phone, including, "Do students receive credit for a lesson if a teacher is seriously injured or dies during a course?" And, "What happens to students' work if a teacher dies mid-course?" Before the incident, Willard had planned a trip to Spain, but after receiving a low grade on a test, that trip became uncertain. Prosecutors viewed Willard as the main instigator of the crime, driven by a desire for revenge against the teacher, while his friend Jeremy appeared to be following Willard's lead. Additionally, Jeremy struggled with depression and anxiety, which made him emotionally vulnerable and easier to manipulate. This made him a more suitable accomplice for Willard's malicious scheme. During his trial in December 2021, Jeremy pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and agreed to testify against Willard. In his testimony, Jeremy claimed that Willard was the first to attack their teacher, Nohema Graber, on the afternoon of November 2, 2021, when they both invited her out. He stated that Willard pushed her, causing her to fall and sustain serious injuries. However, Jeremy also confessed that after Nohema lost consciousness, he used a baseball bat to strike her multiple times, resulting in her death. Jeremy claimed that he and Willard beat her together to ensure that Nohema would not survive. Throughout the trial, Jeremy continually cried and asked for forgiveness from the family of the deceased. He expressed deep remorse for what had happened. Willard also admitted his guilt, but maintained that Jeremy had delivered the first blow. In court, Willard was more composed. Like Jeremy, he sought forgiveness from the Graber family. He said, "I am truly sorry for the pain I caused you. I regret that your family is suffering because of me. I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart. I fully recognize the seriousness of my actions. I know I was wrong." Willard Miller was the first to be sentenced in June 2023, receiving a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 35 years. Sadly, another tragic event occurred following this story. Nohema's husband, Paul Graber, passed away in June 2023 from terminal cancer. Paul, 68, was buried the day before Willard's verdict was announced, and he never saw his wife's killers face justice. Paul's family and friends reported that he was deeply affected by his wife's death. They believed that if Nohema had been alive, she would have noticed Paul's illness early and sought timely treatment, which might have saved his life. In November 2023, Jeremy Goodale was found guilty in connection with the case of Nohema and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, Jeremy was so distraught that he experienced a nosebleed and cried. He expressed regret, saying, "I wish I could turn back time to prevent this loss and the pain I caused the family. It was the worst decision of my life, and I take full responsibility for what I did." Nohema Graber had 3 adult children, brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces, who certainly miss their beloved and caring mother. They fondly remember their mother and father. It is known that the sons and daughter forgave the murderers and try not to remember them. After their mother's death, one of the sons found their mother's personal diary. In it, she wrote short notes about her life, expressing that she loved teaching and adored her students very much. Nohema wrote that she would always smile and give her students support, stating that even if she could not teach them anything new, just looking at her would help the students learn to love life. Hey detectives, welcome back. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Russell Rusty and Rebecca Becky Porter. Russell Rusty and his wife, Rebecca Becky Porter, bought a farm in Willard, Missouri, USA, in 1957. At the time, it was a small settlement with a close-knit community where everyone knew one another. The crime rate was low, and life was peaceful, quiet. On April 19, 2011, Rebecca, aged 40, unexpectedly missed her scheduled shift at work. She hadn't mentioned any health issues beforehand, which raised concern among her coworkers and later her supervisors. That morning, the family's neighbor stepped out onto the porch and noticed Rebecca's car still parked outside. Rebecca typically left for work early, as she usually woke up at around 7:30 and left the house by 8 a.m. thinking she might be feeling unwell. The neighbor decided to check on her. However, when he knocked on the door, there was no answer. At first, he assumed she might be resting due to fatigue and didn't think much of it. But as the day went on and the house remained silent, his concern began to grow. Later, Rebecca's daughter, Jessica, arrived at the house, concerned because she hadn't been able to reach her mother by phone. The neighbor informed Jessica about the unusual situation. Together, they knocked on the door, but still, no one answered. When they peered through a window, they saw the house in disarray, leading them to contact the police. Their call followed an earlier one placed by Rebecca's son, who had already reached out to law enforcement after being unable to contact his mother. He expressed his concern and requested a welfare check for the Porter family. When the patrol arrived at the house, they were immediately hit by a strong smell of cleaning products, noticeable even from the porch. The officers inspected the property and peered through the windows. Inside, they found the house in total disarray, particularly in the kitchen and the main bedroom. In the bedroom, the bed was out of order, the mattress tilted, the blanket pulled off, and belongings like a handbag and a mobile phone scattered across the floor. There were clear signs of a struggle, which made the house resemble a crime scene. In the kitchen, they discovered a cut window screen, suggesting it might have been used as the entry point for a burglary. The situation seemed to point to a break-in. However, upon entering the house, the officers uncovered something that didn't support the burglary theory. Surprisingly, many valuable items were untouched despite the chaotic state. Rebecca and Russell were nowhere to be found, fueling suspicions of foul play. The police's findings prompted them to seal off the area and launch an investigation into possible kidnappings. When Rebecca's son arrived at the farm, he assisted the police by providing helpful insights. What deeply concerned him was the presence of his stepfather's medication, which was still at the house. Russell, his stepfather, relied on these pills every day after medical treatment, and Russell would never leave them behind if he left the house. Rebecca's wallet, which she always carried with her, was found in the marital bedroom. Her car remained parked outside the house, and inside the car were her bank cards, with the key left in the ignition. This raised serious concerns, as it was clear something alarming had occurred. Although the house had a strong smell of cleaning products, only one bottle of bleach was found, and it was still full. No empty containers of cleaning products were discovered, yet it was evident they had been used very recently. This seemed suspicious. Someone had likely discarded them after use. It appeared the perpetrator had quickly poured bleach over various areas in an attempt to erase evidence, with pools of bleach still visible in some spots. The police found a computer monitor under the table, but the rest of the system was missing. It appeared to have been disassembled, as some wires were still present. Upon investigation, the police discovered that this computer managed multiple cameras located both inside and outside the house. The theft of the system unit meant all the stored data had also been taken. It was clear the perpetrator had stolen the evidence to prevent it from falling into the detectives' hands. Additionally, it was determined that all the cameras were connected to a single security system. The system had sent out an alarm prior to the incident, but no response was received. Investigators noted the unusually large number of CCTV cameras, which covered the entire property without any blind spots. Such extensive security measures in a quiet, safe neighborhood raised suspicions. Many assumed the system was installed to comfort Rebecca, whose nerves and fearfulness had grown with age. However, the situation was concerning since they lived in an area where residents were familiar with one another and serious crimes had not occurred in years. The police theorized that they might have felt threatened or frightened by someone, possibly an enemy, who acted against them. The stolen cleaning products indicated that the criminal might have been trying to erase evidence of blood, leading investigators to fear the worst. However, Rebecca and Russell's children rejected this idea. They argued their parents had no enemies, were peaceful by nature, and rarely engaged in conflicts, let alone provoke someone to commit a crime. The neighbors were also shocked by the news. The Porters were viewed as deeply religious and upstanding people, attending church every Sunday and frequently participating in neighborhood events. They seemed friendly to everyone. However, people who knew the family better informed police about Russell's troubled past. Before meeting Rebecca, he had struggled with alcohol and substance addiction, which raised the possibility of him relapsing into old habits, accruing debts, or associating with dangerous individuals. However, there were no recent signs of such behavior. Rebecca made great efforts to help Russell overcome his problems and prevent relapse. Many neighbors heard these speculations, and rumors began spreading. Some even believed a Mexican cartel might have been involved in Rebecca and Russell's disappearance. Meanwhile, the police explored different possibilities, such as one spouse harming the other and fleeing, or both voluntarily ending their lives together. Bloodstains were discovered in the house despite attempts to clean, reinforcing the police's theory of a violent crime. However, even by the third day of the investigation, there were no concrete leads or evidence. Rebecca and Russell were officially declared missing, and the search efforts intensified. Authorities suspected at least one person had been harmed in the house. Suspicion grew as both spouses had left behind essential personal belongings they used daily, suggesting they might both be victims. Neighbors and friends were left wondering and trying to figure out what had happened to Rebecca and Russell. Everyone was bewildered by their sudden and inexplicable disappearance. As more time passed without any sign of them, anxiety grew among family members and local residents. Disturbing rumors spread throughout the community, creating fear among the public. Approximately 5,000 flyers featuring pictures of Rebecca and Russell were printed. Family members and volunteers distributed them widely, placing them at gas stations, grocery stores, truck stops, and other areas frequented by locals. The local cycling community has joined in a search effort, assisting by interviewing residents for clues to Rebecca and Russell's whereabouts. A reward has been offered, and detectives have been working closely with relatives and friends of the family to gather information about the surroundings, identify possible suspects, such as the kidnapper or killer. They also investigated any recent or past conflicts the Porters might have had with other people. Through this, it was revealed that a family member, Robert Campbell, had been involved in a dispute with Russell. Robert, who drove a pickup truck, lived near the Russells and became the primary suspect in their disappearance. Detectives begin investigating his life and relationships, uncovering a long-standing conflict between him and the Russell family. Their disputes often escalated into heated arguments, and about 3 weeks before Rebecca and Russell vanished, the tension reached a breaking point. Both parties obtained restraining orders against each other. Naturally, detectives approached Robert at his home to question him about the incident leading up to Rebecca and Russell's disappearance. It was revealed that Robert had been claiming ownership of the family farm, even though he had no legal rights to it. Previously, Robert had lived on the property until new owners, Russell, who inherited the farm from his grandfather, and his wife Rebecca, moved in. Robert was upset by this, believing that, as the former owner's son, he was entitled to the property. However, he had been excluded from the will due to strained family relationships. Most of the conflict revolved around the farm. Robert proposed splitting the farm with Russell, but Russell refused and presented the ownership documents. This refusal fueled Robert's resentment. Robert believed his claims were valid because, prior to Russell and Rebecca moving in, he had worked on the house. He had renovated the facade, built a second floor, and invested time, money into improving the property. Nevertheless, when Russell took over, they effectively evicted him and dismissed his investments as irrelevant. Rebecca and Russell explained to Robert that, according to the legal documents, he had no rights to the property. His investments did not entitle him to any portion of the farm. Despite this, Robert felt wronged. He demanded that Rebecca and Russell either vacate the property, share ownership, or at least compensate him for his expenses. Unfortunately, they were unable to reach any form of agreement. The situation escalated, and it was clear that no resolution would come from the Supreme Court. This created an opportunity for Robert to remove both Rebecca and Russell, as well as seize their property. Detectives observed that Robert was behaving very possessively toward the property that originally belonged to Russell's grandparents and had not been passed down to him. He held deep resentment toward the family, particularly Rebecca and Russell. Eventually, due to ongoing conflicts, he moved his new trailer about half a kilometer away from the farmhouse. Robert seemed to have a strong motive for violent actions, including an attack, kidnapping, or even murder, given the long-standing disputes with the family. Although Robert denied any involvement in Rebecca and Russell's disappearance, claimed that he had an alibi, the evidence complicated matters. On the day of the incident, he was reportedly 150 kilometers away in another city on a business trip with his wife. Despite this alibi, police appeared to piece together a narrative suggesting his involvement. Robert, who lived only a few hundred meters away from the Russells, openly expressed interest in their property and became subject to a restraining order. The farm's CCTV cameras were likely installed due to concerns about him. Witnesses confirmed frequent arguments between Robert and the family. On one occasion, he was seen driving by their home, yelling out the window that their time there was limited, perceived by some as a threat. It was plausible that Robert could have hired someone to carry out the crime since he had a clear motive and might have wished to avoid direct involvement. But could he really harm his own relatives and their spouse? As investigations dug deeper, it was revealed that Robert harbored significant resentment toward them as recently as a year before their disappearance. Rebecca had previously been married before meeting Russell. Her first husband, Terrence, was a local church pastor. Their divorce was complex and highly controversial. 4 months after the split, Rebecca met Russell. At that time, Russell was battling an addiction to illegal substances and alcohol. However, after meeting Rebecca, she became a positive influence in his life, like a breath of fresh air. From the very beginning, she seemed determined to help him overcome his struggles. Russell later admitted that her presence gave him a renewed sense of purpose. Rebecca was more than 10 years older than Russell, which initially unsettled his family. However, they eventually accepted the relationship. On the other hand, Rebecca's family reacted much more negatively. Following her divorce, Rebecca lived with her children and parents, but they strongly disapproved of Russell. As a result, her children stayed with their grandparents and distanced themselves from their mother, upset by her decision to pursue a relationship with a much younger man who had serious addiction issues. In fact, they refused to attend Rebecca and Russell's wedding. The ongoing discord between Rebecca and Terrence wasn't unusual and didn't initially seem like a strong motive for the attack. However, the intricate divorce process brought up several questions, especially concerning a restaurant they had opened and co-owned during their marriage. Neither of them wanted to split the business during the divorce, which could have provided a financial motive for Terrence to target her and her new husband, Russell. At this stage of the investigation, detectives had not identified any other potential suspects. The focus shifted to two individuals, Uncle Robert Campbell, who had a strained relationship with Russell, and ex-husband Terrence Fraser, who might have financial grievances against Rebecca. Investigators approached Terrence, a church pastor, to learn more about his recent interactions with Rebecca. Unlike Robert, Terrence appears genuinely distressed from the start and seems deeply saddened by Rebecca's disappearance. His behavior stood in stark contrast to Robert's and showed no signs of recent conflict. Terrence had moved on with his life and appeared content, expressing sincere regret over the disagreements during their divorce. He admitted he could have been kinder at times and acknowledged his past mistakes with genuine remorse. The police continued to stay in contact with Rebecca's and Russell's relatives and friends during the investigation. One of Russell's friends shared some intriguing information. The family's property had been targeted by multiple crimes in the past. This suggested they might have had more enemies than anyone had realized. For instance, a few months before the disappearance, there had been an incident of agricultural theft on their farm. In response, Russell had installed video cameras on the property. Robert was also investigated for possible involvement. However, it was confirmed that he couldn't have committed the crime during that time because he was far from the city. Despite this, his intense dislike for Russell raised suspicions that he might have orchestrated the crime. At the time of the incident, Robert was working as a truck driver and was traveling to Texas. Separately, Terrence was also ruled out as a suspect through further checks. This led to the theory that the Porters might have had other, less obvious enemies unknown to the police. Eventually, the investigation appeared to hit a dead end. About a week after Russell and Rebecca disappeared, an unexpected development occurred. Early one morning, the station received a call reporting that Donald and Helen Willingham had been found stabbed to death in their home. The police immediately noticed several similarities between this case and the Porters. Both homes were broken into without warning, nothing of value was stolen, and the level of brutality was extreme. However, unlike the first incident, the bodies in this case were not removed, nor was there an attempt to clean up the crime scene. The reason? A neighbor had frightened the perpetrator. The witness even chased a man wearing a black hoodie for a short while but failed to catch him. The suspect managed to escape, but the neighbor promptly reported the incident to the police around 5 a.m. The investigation into the second case revealed troubling parallels. The Willingham family bore a striking resemblance to the Porters. Both women, Helen and Rebecca, were actively involved in their local church. Helen was married to Donald, the local church pastor, just as Rebecca had once been. This raised fears of a possible serial killer or a connection between the two families. Despite intense efforts by law enforcement, progress in both investigations was limited. The police thoroughly examined the relatives of the Willingham family, their close acquaintances, and the timeline leading up to the crime. As in the case of the Porter family, several suspects were identified, but each was ruled out after further questioning. Both cases appeared to be at a standstill until July 2011, when the situation took a turn. In that month, a man named Jose Huckleberry was taken into custody at the station, accused of committing a burglary in Greene County. During a 7-hour interrogation, he confessed to killing Donald and Helen but denied having any role in the disappearance of Rebecca and Russell. Eventually, investigators confirmed he could not have been responsible for the Porters' disappearance, as he had a solid alibi. Both the cases of the Porter family and the Willingham family exhibit striking similarities and notable differences, particularly regarding the motives and methods of the murderer. As a result, Jose was removed from the list of suspects in the Porters family case. Later, a police informant who had recently been released from prison claimed to possess valuable information regarding the disappearance of Rebecca and Russell. The informant stated that a prisoner named Tony had boasted during a conversation that he took away the birthdays of Rebecca and Russell, a phrase in criminal slang meaning that he killed them. Although the detectives were skeptical of this claim, they decided it was worth continuing to investigate the lead. The police began investigating Tony. They first reviewed the location data from his mobile phone to determine whether he might have been near the Porter's family's residence on the night of their disappearance. In parallel, they delved into Tony's background. The inquiry revealed that he had a history of burglary, primarily targeting electronics and household appliances. Notably, his criminal patterns seemed to align with the theft of items from the Porter family's home, including a computer system unit, potentially linking him to the case. At the time of the investigation, Tony was in jail awaiting charges for another burglary. Detectives arranged to speak with him directly, but Tony denied any involvement in Rebecca and Russell's disappearance. The family recounted Tony's tumultuous past, claiming that he had experienced problems from a young age. He had consistently found himself in trouble and had been connected to the criminal world since his school years. Investigators interviewed Tony's family and uncovered a long-standing conflict among the family members. Some relatives hadn't seen Tony for years and were unaware of his circumstances. Others, like his cousin Dusty Hicks, remained in contact and actively cooperated with the investigation. Eventually, Tony revealed he might have information about a crime involving the Porters. He told the police he could lead them to a location where the Porters' bodies might be hidden, an old hut in the forest. Tony led the police to the site. As they neared the hut, a foul odor grew stronger. Once inside, the smell was overwhelming. In the floorboards, they found a hole concealing a grave filled with garbage and human remains. By this time, 3 months had passed since Rebecca and Russell had gone missing, and the condition of the bodies was severely deteriorated. Identification wasn't immediately possible, and forensic examination was necessary to confirm the victims' identities. Experts have confirmed, through dental records and DNA analysis, that the bodies belonged to Rebecca and Russell. The case was reclassified from a disappearance to a double murder. Investigators concluded that they had been attacked in the head at close range with a weapon. They was found wearing pajamas, suggesting they were likely attacked during the night or early morning while sleeping. It's strange when bodies are found deep in the forest, far from their homes. This area is difficult to access, and for a long time, the question arose, how could a stranger know about this place? The truth was later revealed. Tony's cousin, Dusty Hicks, was an accomplice. Dusty disclosed that Tony was part of a gang, which included several of his childhood friends. They often commit crimes, mainly by breaking into houses and stealing to unlawfully benefit from others' property. Until the Porter family's murders, the gang had no history of violent crimes. Dusty revealed that he, Tony, Wendy Friend, Tony's wife, and their son, Philip, were involved in the massacre. Investigators decided to examine their phone records. Suspicious messages were discovered between Tony, Wendy, Philip, and Dusty. On April 18, 2011, they were near the Porter's family house, but their devices were switched off a few hundred meters away from the farm. The suspects confessed during interrogation that a specific customer had offered them $100,000 to carry out a double murder. Tony, the oldest and most experienced among them, influenced Philip and the others to join the criminal plan, driven by the promise of money. According to their statements, they prepared by wrapping their hands in a special adhesive film to avoid leaving fingerprints. Before heading to the Porter's farm, they bought a can of bleach, which they later used to wipe away evidence at the crime scene. To disable the CCTV system, they cut the wires, triggering an alarm. After cutting through a fence, they entered the house through a window. Tony carried a weapon, while the others assisted him. He went into Rebecca and Russell's bedroom, brandished the weapon at them, who had awakened, and instructed the accomplices to restrain them using plastic ties. They were then abducted and taken away in a pickup truck to an isolated forest area. Rebecca and Russell were left near a cabin in the woods, where their bodies were later discovered. Philip, one of the suspects, disclosed that Tony and Dusty led them deeper into the forest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard the sound of weapons exploding, followed a few minutes later by another explosion, signaling the deaths of Rebecca and Russell. Their bodies were buried hastily in a makeshift grave. The perpetrators returned to the Porter's family home to clean up the crime scene and stole a computer containing footage from the CCTV cameras to eliminate incriminating evidence. The police focused on the person who ordered the crime, someone willing to pay $100,000 to kill two innocent people. Tony eventually revealed a name, Robert Campbell. It made sense to the investigators, as Robert, Russell's uncle, had more than one motive. He wanted revenge for being evicted, but there was something deeper. Russell and Rebecca knew a terrible secret about him, though the exact details were never revealed. Russell and Rebecca suspected that Robert was involved in illegal activities, specifically selling stolen equipment. They had gathered evidence and were planning to report him to the police. To prevent this, Robert turned to his friend Tony, who organized a group to carry out the murders. The entire gang was eventually arrested. Although Robert denied any involvement, insisting that he hadn't done it, the police dismissed his claims. The prosecutor charged all 5 individuals involved. Tony's friend admitted guilt in 2 counts of first-degree murder and received a life sentence without parole. Dusty Hicks was sentenced to 2 life terms. Wendy Friend also received a life sentence. Philip Friend cooperated with authorities, testifying against the others, which led to a reduced sentence. Robert Campbell went to trial, and despite the evidence being circumstantial, he was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to 2 life terms without parole. Even Robert's wife, Carolyn, faced potential prosecution for aiding him in committing perjury, but she ended her life before any charges could be filed. Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Barbara Mullenix. Have you done everything right in your life? Most likely, many will say yes. The lives of the figures in today's story resemble a madhouse. Since its inception, alcohol has remained the most commonly used psychoactive substance. It is not surprising that alcoholic drinks destroy families, destinies, and even lives. Barbara Mullenix was born on May 29, 1950, in Munich, Germany. She spent her childhood there and was described as an ordinary child from a family slightly above the middle class. By the age of 18, Barbara got married. She always dreamed of starting a family, but from the very beginning, it was far from ideal. In particular, the strong-willed Barbara turned out to be far from the ideal wife her boyfriend wanted. She was very hot-tempered. After that, she moved to the USA. In total, she went through 3 marriages, all of which ended in divorce. After her early relationships, Barbara had 2 sons, who had already left home by the time of that events. Only her 17-year-old daughter, Rachel, remained living with her. Rachel was born during Barbara's 3rd marriage to Bruce, a man who turned out to be 9 years younger than Barbara. The entire family settled in Oakland, Oklahoma, USA. Bruce was initially attracted to Barbara's vibrant personality, but just as quickly as it drew him in, it began to repel him. A typical cycle of Barbara's relationship problems began to repeat itself. Rachel, born in 1989, became a guiding star for Barbara, as she had always wanted to have a daughter. During this period, her daughter was treated like a princess, and she willingly took advantage of this. Rachel was given the largest bedroom, the best outfits, and extravagant parties for her birthdays. At a young age, she convinced her parents to enroll her in a special private school that required attendance only once a week, allowing her to enjoy a relatively easy life. Rachel was a good student, very athletic and active. She participated in inter-school basketball championships, attended ballet classes, and practiced gymnastics. However, despite all of this, her parents faced major problems. Barbara struggled with alcoholism for a long time, and after Rachel turned 10, her drinking became noticeably worse. According to Rachel's memories, Barbara became a severe alcoholic who verbally and physically attacked her husband and daughter whenever she drank. Once she touched a glass, she would become aggressive. She could grab them by the hair and hit them. This resulted in police being called to their home several times due to domestic violence. The first incident occurred in 2002 when the police found 12-year-old Rachel crying on the street, showing a bite mark allegedly left by her mother. The police reports indicated several bite marks on her back that the girl clearly could not have inflicted on herself. However, she later admitted that she made up the story and asked the authorities not to press charges against her mother. She probably didn't want Barbara to suffer. After such outbursts of aggression, Barbara would often apologize to her family members. When she wasn't drinking, even her ex-husbands described her as kind and sociable. However, all this changed radically once Barbara started drinking again. Her relationships with men fell apart for the same reasons, either due to her alcoholism or the aggression stemming from her difficult temperament. When Rachel turned 13, Bruce, tired of the situation, decided to end the marriage and moved to Newport Beach, California, in search of work. Barbara then decided to move to Tampa, Florida. Typical divorce proceedings soon arose. It was difficult for they to agree on many things. They didn't want to prolong the process. Ultimately, they suggested that their daughter choose with whom she wanted to stay. This was a difficult period for Reiki, as the answer to such questions became too much for her to handle. Her parents ended up in different states, making it difficult for her to visit either parent. In the end, Rachel chose to stay with her mother and moved to Tampa, and her father had to pay child support. This decision shocked Barbara's friends, who were aware of the addiction and believed that this story could not end well. Exactly, the first incidents of trouble soon followed. In 2004, the Tampa police received a call from the home where Barbara and Rachel lived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, they found a woman in tears. She was very nervous and shaking all over. There were injuries on her body, some of which she clearly could not have inflicted on herself. Barbara was reluctant to communicate with the police, answering questions in monosyllables, but from her words, it was clear that these injuries were inflicted by her daughter, Rachel. At the time of the police's arrival, the teenager had run away from home. One of the arriving officers called Rachel on her mobile phone. She immediately answered and admitted that there had been a quarrel with her mother before leaving. They had fought, and after that, Rachel hung up. In response to subsequent calls, she refused to answer. Ultimately, there was no formal complaint. Barbara refused to press charges against her daughter, and the case was hushed up. Incidents provoked earlier by Barbara in fits of alcoholic aggression ended in exactly the same way. During this period, Barbara continued to drink, and it seemed that the situation was worsening. She did not work, and they lived on benefits and alimony from Rachel's father, but there was clearly not enough money. By 2005, all this led to the fact that she could not pay the rent, which was high. When they were notified of this and given a day to pack, Rachel called her father in Newport Beach and asked if he could shelter her and her mother for a while until Barbara could recover from another binge and get back on her feet. Bruce doubted that contacting his ex-wife again was a good idea, but there was no other way out. Rachel was very convincing and used a trick. She told her father that if he could not shelter them both, they would be forced to look for other housing and would not go to him. Apparently, Bruce really wanted his daughter to come to him, so he agreed to these conditions. Rachel later admitted that she understood that without her, her mother would slide into a marginal lifestyle completely and have no way out. In the hope of saving her mother, she made this decision from the beginning. Barbara understood perfectly well that her ex-husband would be against it, so she was grateful to her daughter for her help. After receiving permission from Bruce, both packed their things and went to California. Newport Beach is now one of the richest and most prosperous communities in the United States, located south of Los Angeles. It has many beaches and premium real estate. Bruce owned an apartment there. In such areas, the crime rate is usually low, and violent attacks are committed extremely rarely, as criminal elements typically seek to profit. Unfortunately, with Barbara's arrival, the situation clearly became tense, which greatly upset Bruce. Despite the fact that the former spouses lived in separate rooms, they almost immediately began to quarrel. For Rachel, this move became an excellent opportunity to get to know the social life of the elite area of America. In any case, she and Barbara were focused on succeeding in the film industry to become famous. Barbara had already taken the first steps toward this dream. She got a job as an assistant on a set, actively attended castings, and made acquaintances. Everything went on as usual until May 2006, when the 17-year-old girl met a young man at a party. He was described as a quiet, athletic guy from a good family, good-natured and hardworking. During this period, he worked full-time, supported himself, was focused on his career and family. A romantic relationship quickly blossomed between them, and soon Rachel introduced him to her family. From the very beginning, the 4-year age difference worried both her mother and father, but after getting to know the young man better, they saw that their daughter had chosen a decent guy who treated her well. They hoped that Rachel would choose this good young man. However, Barbara soon began to exhibit flashes of jealousy. It seemed as though she felt offended by the guy because he was taking up all of Rachel's free time. Rachel practically no longer devoted herself to her relationship with her boyfriend and pushed her dreams about Hollywood into the background. Now, it became obvious that Rachel was not interested in work. Hormones had completely turned her head. Barbara continued to pursue her acting career and even landed a small role in the series CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. The character appeared in one of the episodes in a secondary role, and Barbara was waiting for new opportunities. Considering the age difference between the young couple, Rachel needed official permission from her parents to engage in a relationship with him. However, she was skilled at manipulating her mother and father, often giving them ultimatums. This is likely how she coerced them into signing a document granting their permission. From that point on, the couple could calmly meet. With the high school girl always having this permission to prevent her boyfriend from facing any legal issues regarding the corruption of minors, as specified by law. At the same time, Rachel managed to negotiate very favorable conditions for this agreement. The only stipulation was a curfew set at 1 a.m. However, as practice showed, even this became too serious a restriction for the rebellious Rachel. On August 31, 2006, Rachel accidentally fell asleep at her boyfriend's house and missed curfew. Barbara was furious. Unable to reach her daughter by phone, she went to Ian Allen's house at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Once there, she began knocking on the door, screaming and raising everyone's alarms. She forcibly pulled Rachel out of the house and forbade her from seeing Ian. This was shocking for Rachel, but for a while, Ian and Rachel decided to take a break. 10 days after this conflict, Rachel wrote in her diary that her relationship with her mother had deteriorated to its historical minimum. She openly called her mother a psychopath and reported that she heard threats from Barbara every day. Rachel expressed regret for not leaving for Tampa with her father back then and hoped that Barbara would calm down so that things could return to normal. However, things did not improve. On September 13, 2006, a yacht left Newport Harbor, and the captain noticed something suspicious in the water. He saw a large, tightly sealed cardboard box floating past the ship and thought to himself that it looked like a coffin. Pushing away dark thoughts, he pulled out the suspicious object only to discover the body of a woman wrapped in a bloody sheet. He reported this gruesome find to the Coast Guard. When police officers arrived on the scene, they counted 52 stab wounds to the face, neck, upper body, and back. The most disturbing detail was a knife sticking out of one eye, along with another smaller bloody knife wrapped in the same sheet, which still had remnants of the victim on it. A third knife was simply discarded in the box. All three were ordinary kitchen tools from the same set. The body was sent for an autopsy, where the medical examiner found that 2 of the numerous stab wounds were fatal, having cut the jugular vein and carotid artery. Each of these wounds could have killed the victim within minutes without immediate medical assistance, leaving no chance of survival. The examiner concluded that she had been killed on the evening of September 12, less than a day before the yacht owner's call. The victim remained unidentified until the medical examiner discovered breast implants, each assigned a serial number at the factory, which could be used similarly to dental records. This led the police to identify the victim as Barbara Mullenix. They quickly located the deceased. Detectives went to the house where Barbara lived with her daughter and ex-husband. When the investigators arrived, the house was empty. They began inspecting the territory, and by that time, Bruce had driven up to the house. He stated that he had been on a business trip for several days, about a 2-hour drive from home, and had returned less than an hour ago. According to him, he had not yet seen his daughter or ex-wife, as he had gone to the store for groceries upon his return and had not managed to contact them yet. He confirmed that both of their mobile phones were silent, which he found strange, but he didn't think much of it, assuming they were busy with their own affairs and would return home later. The detective spoke with Bruce. They learned that he and Barbara had a rather complicated relationship. Despite being divorced, they had been living together again at their daughter's request. The atmosphere in the house was tense, particularly regarding Rachel's relationship with her boyfriend, which worried her parents. Bruce cited Barbara's alcohol addiction and violent behavior while intoxicated as the main reasons for their divorce. He also admitted that Barbara occasionally used illegal substances, further aggravating her behavior. Soon, Bruce became a prime suspect, as he had a possible motive and could have provoked the circumstances leading to the attack. Given that they were discussing a premeditated murder, it was highly probable that the killer should be sought within the victim's immediate environment. Authorities quickly noticed that Bruce did not seem very upset by the news of Barbara's death. He either skillfully concealed his feelings or, most likely, felt more empathy than negativity. Bruce cooperated with the investigation and allowed the apartment to be inspected. During the search of Barbara's bedroom, investigators found a small imprint on the wall that resembled a smeared trace of a bloody hand. In the kitchen, a bucket contained a sponge with suspicious dark spots and a latex glove. It was evident that the hallway had been cleaned. On the table, there was a knife set missing several items that were identical to those found with the victim. With all these facts in mind, suspicions against Bruce grew. The police arrested him and took him to the station for questioning. However, Bruce immediately provided an alibi that was easy to verify. He was indeed hundreds of kilometers away from the city at that time, which could be confirmed through motel records. At the same time, Bruce's colleagues stated that he was working with another client during the massacre. Bruce has been removed from the suspect list. Despite his quarrelsome nature, Bruce had no idea that Barbara might have mortal enemies capable of murder, especially since they had been living together. Rachel was now missing. The police wanted to talk to their daughter. During the inspection of the family's home, no signs of a break-in were found. However, serious concerns arose that Rachel, who had disappeared from all radar, was in danger. Attempts to contact her were unsuccessful. She ignored calls from relatives and law enforcement. Also, no ransom demands received. According to the neighbors, the last activity in the apartment was noticed several days prior. They also learned about Rachel's relationship with her older boyfriend, Ian Allen. Additionally, Bruce mentioned the problems that arose between Barbara and the young couple, including an incident when she took Rachel from Ian's house and forbade Rachel from seeing him. It's possible that Ian and Rachel want revenge on Barbara for interfering in their love affair. The police went to Ian's house to talk to him and find out Rachel's whereabouts. Their suspicions were quickly confirmed. Ian was also missing. His parents said that they had last seen him a few days ago, and since then, they were unable to reach him. They were very worried and were about to go to the police station to file a report about their son's disappearance. The police granted them permission to look around his room. Law enforcement took Ian's laptop for forensic examination. Shortly before his disappearance, he was planning a route to Tampa, Florida. His car was missing from the family home, leading the authorities to declare it wanted and distribute descriptions of both Ian and Rachel. It seemed they was involved in the crime and was now on the run. Authorities began to track the activity of their bank cards, and less than a day later, they recorded a payment at a gas station in Louisiana. On September 15, 2006, one of the officers noticed Ian's car on the road. He was stopped and surrendered without resistance. Interestingly, as soon as the car was stopped, Rachel ran out, approached the officers, claiming she had been kidnapped and held against her will. Although her story appeared unconvincing, Ian was arrested and taken to the police station while Rachel was sent to the hospital. Doctors confirmed that she showed no signs of torture or even forced detention. It seems she was in the car voluntarily, without any coercion. Moreover, During subsequent interviews with law enforcement officers, discrepancies and contradictions were noted in her story. After a medical examination, Rachel was also arrested and taken to the station. She stated that on the night of September 13, 2006, she woke up to her mother's screams. Rachel jumped out of bed and ran to Barbara's bedroom, where she saw her boyfriend stabbing Barbara to death. As soon as he saw Rachel, he punched her in the face, causing her to fall and lose consciousness. She only regained her senses later in a hotel room where he had kidnapped her. He held Rachel there for several days before they began moving towards the state line to escape. Rachel insisted that she had been kidnapped, but the police quickly gathered evidence suggesting that she was lying. At the very least, there were no signs of a punch on her face as she had claimed. Additionally, her DNA samples were found on the latex gloves, the sponges, and even on the tape that was used to cover the box containing the body in Barbara's bedroom. This indicated that she at least assisted in the attempt to remove the evidence. The criminals had cleaned the knives, and there were no fingerprints on the handles, making it possible to reconstruct the course of events only from the statements of the killers. When reviewing the correspondence between Rachel and Ian, investigators discovered that Rachel had been spinning tales about her boyfriend for quite some time, including that her mother was going to kill her and that she faced daily threats. She simply feared for her life. Of particular importance were the girl's messages on the night of the murder, where she wrote to her boyfriend about another conflict with her mother, stating it was time for them to put an end to it. What exactly she meant remained a mystery. Rachel insisted that they had discussed escaping to another state, yet the context seemed more grim. Police reviewed CCTV footage from the gas station Rachel and Ian visited before their arrest. The recordings showed Rachel calmly walking next to her boyfriend, smiling. She was clearly not in captivity. Detectives decided to speak with Ian once more, and until that moment, he had denied any accusations. Finally, Ian confessed that a brutal crime had occurred. According to him, Barbara had threatened that she would press charges against him for the corruption of a minor, fearing that he would lose his job. He believed that Rachel's freedom was at stake, and an unstable, alcoholic woman could ruin his life, which he could not permit. Thus, the young lovers decided that the only way to solve the problem was to kill her. They planned the entire thing together, with Rachel watching for the perfect moment when her mother would be most vulnerable. Thanks to Rachel, he learned that Bruce was going on a business trip at night. He entered the house after Rachel left the door unlocked while her mother was asleep in the kitchen. He took several knives and then attacked Barbara. His first blow landed on her eye. He thought it would instantly kill her, but he was wrong. He could not pull the knife out of her eye socket. Instead of dying, she screamed loudly and began to resist. Out of fear, he kept striking her with another knife because he wanted her to be quiet as quickly as possible. He took the blame for the crime, claiming that Rachel was just watching, then helped to clean the room and dispose of the body. Ian's story sounded convincing but had one flaw. He reported only 2 knives, while police found 3. Investigators believe that Barbara's daughter also took an active part in the murder and used a 3rd knife. They then wrapped the body, along with the murder weapon, in a sheet, placed it in a large TV box, and removed it from the house, eventually throwing it in the water. Bruce's neighbor, Malini, confirmed that on that fateful night, he heard loud noises coming from the apartment. He saw 2 young people, a guy and a girl, carrying out a large box at night, which seemed strange, especially since he had heard women's screams just half an hour earlier. It became apparent that they were disposing of a body to attract less attention. After getting rid of Barbara's body, the young people returned. Rachel was cleaning up the blood in her mother's bedroom while her boyfriend was taking a mattress and several other items far from the crime scene to burn. During this time, Rachel was even writing a love message to Ian, clearly not upset by her mother's death. Investigators believe that Rachel actively participated in the crime because she behaved too calmly and did not even attempt to call for help. Instead, she encouraged her boyfriend to finish what he had started. This behavior contradicted her boyfriend's claim that Rachel was petrified with horror during the massacre. In June 2008, Rachel's trial began. By this time, her story had changed several times. Now, the criminal admitted that she had lied about the kidnapping and that she had gone with Ian voluntarily. At the trial, she adhered to a version more reminiscent of Ian's words, saying that she was scared and became an accomplice not of her own free will, but simply out of fear. However, this narrative seemed more like a return to the general legend from which she had initially deviated. Rachel continued to insist that she did not participate in the massacre, simply cleaned up the traces of the crime and helped get rid of the body by packing it in a box. The lawyer failed to convince the court of her innocence, and the jury found her guilty of murdering Barbara. Rachel was sentenced to 25 years in prison. 2 months after these events, the trial of Ian Allen began. When he learned how Rachel had shifted all the blame onto him and also fabricated a story about the kidnapping, he stopped covering for her in anger. He stated that she had been the mastermind of the crime from the very beginning. However, now it was too much. The prosecutor's office convincingly proved that he cold-bloodedly stabbed a defenseless woman in a fit of hatred. Ian was also found guilty and sentenced to a similar punishment of 25 years in prison, despite the guy's words. Even now, many support Rachel and consider her innocent. In particular, her brother and grandparents believe that she is a victim. On October 14, 2022, Rachel was released early from prison for good behavior. She went to live with her father in Newport Beach, California, where he still resides, while Ian Allen is still serving his sentence in a state prison. Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Christine Larson. Love is a wonderful feeling about which books are written, music is created, and films are made. However, if it is the twisted love of a sick person, it can ruin many lives. The treachery of some villains goes beyond all boundaries. A criminal can hide so effectively that, until the very last moment, it remains unclear whether he is crying sincerely in grief or shedding crocodile tears while enjoying his bloody triumph. The incident we will discuss today occurred in St. Paul Park, Minnesota, USA, just half an hour's drive from Minneapolis. Here, a close-knit local community of about 5,000 people transformed their town into a beautiful, shining paradise for the holidays, with every decorated house radiating warmth and comfort. It was in this town that the couple Doug Larson and Deborah Tilson lived. On February 24, 1988, their daughter Christine was born, becoming the youngest of their 4 children. Notably, they had taken a significant break before her birth. The older siblings helped their parents care for Christine. From the very beginning, she stood out among the other children due to her energy and mobility. Christine was always like this and maintained her zest for life until her last breath. In 2004, at the age of 16, she began dating a boy named Zachary Otis Matthews. Their relationship was going well, and by 2006 they had a son named Darian. Christine and Zachary moved in with her parents during her pregnancy to receive support from her mother and loved ones. She spent nearly all her free time in the Larson household, and they grew very close. For Christine, her son became everything. She centered her life around motherhood and household chores. Although Zachary initially seemed like a loving and caring father, after a few months of living together, they both realized they wanted more independence and moved out from Christine's parents' home. Zachary grew up in a troubled family with an alcoholic father who regularly abused him both physically and emotionally. Nevertheless, his difficult childhood did not make him angry. Instead, he was determined to build healthy relationships and raise normal children, viewing his parents as an example of what he did not want to repeat. Christine never used illegal substances and did not like alcohol or noisy parties. She avoided dubious company and anything associated with crime. Prior to giving birth, she focused entirely on motherhood but also thought ahead, not wanting to depend on her parents financially. She aimed to explore various fields in order to identify the most promising direction for her career. Therefore, she enrolled in bartender school and planned to attend nursing school afterward. Unfortunately, all these ambitious ideas were doomed to failure. On the evening of December 19, 2007, Christine planned to bake Christmas cookies with her mother. It was a family tradition to bake signature cookies according to her grandmother's recipe every New Year's holiday. In the late afternoon, Christine intended to return home to do this, but she had been out running errands during the day. Her mother stayed at home with her husband and adult children, waiting for Christine's return. Evening fell, but she had still not arrived. They tried to call her, but were unable to reach her. Deborah was concerned but wanted to give her daughter a little more time. Perhaps she was delayed for a good reason and would return soon. Unbeknownst to Deborah, while she was worried and trying to contact Christine, about half an hour away from their home, a man reported to the rescue service that he had seen a car burning in an alley near his house at around 8 p.m. Initially, the man called to report only the burning car, but then he grew curious about what was happening and examined the scene more closely. Just a couple of minutes after his first call, he made a second call, stating that there appeared to be a person inside the car. When firefighters and police arrived on the scene, it was too late. They found a charred body inside the vehicle. Although the face was badly damaged, it was evident that the victim was female. Furthermore, there were signs of strangulation on her neck and blood vessels around her eyes, indicating she had experienced prolonged and severe compression of the throat. The police observed that the victim was not wearing a jacket or shoes, which seemed strange given that December 19th in Minnesota was very cold. Anyone dressed like that would likely freeze. The authorities suspected that the victim might have been killed elsewhere, and that the car had been set ablaze to hide the traces of the crime. Examination of the burned vehicle led fire experts to conclude that the fire had started in the back seat. A nearly completely charred phone book was found there. During the investigation, a handbag was discovered containing a driver's license in the name of Christine Larson, along with a photo of her with her son. An empty child's seat was also found in the back seat, raising concerns about the child's whereabouts and safety. The man who reported the burning car spoke with detectives. Their information helped clarify the timeline of events. According to initial investigation, the victim had sustained a blow to the head from a blunt object, after which something resembling a cord or wire had been wrapped around her neck, leading to her death. It was obvious that this was a brutal, premeditated murder, and the arson of the car was intended to hide these traces to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, the family of Christine was still at home, perplexed. Why hadn't Christine returned? Her mother was still waiting for her daughter's help in making cookies. However, Christine's stepfather, Daniel Tilson, tried to calm everyone down. He reminded his wife that their daughter was a 19-year-old girl who wanted to go for a walk and have fun, especially since they were talking about a very energetic, spontaneous person. So, they simply turned on the TV and sat down to watch, thinking that their daughter was spending time with friends. Both parents had to go to work, so the couple decided to forego the holiday cookies that evening and cook them later. However, when Deborah turned on the TV to watch the news before going to bed, they saw a report about a young girl found dead in a burning car. They didn't even think it could be Christine. Deborah and Daniel looked at each other, almost in unison thought how terrible it was to be the parents of a daughter who died in such a horrible way. Then, they turned off the bad news and went to bed. Around 3 a.m., there was a knock on the Larsons' door. When they opened the door, police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department stood on the threshold. The officers entered the kitchen, where one of them delivered the tragic news. Another unpleasant piece of news for them was the disappearance of Christine's son, Darian. The police had searched the child in the home of Christine's relatives, but he was not there. No one had the slightest idea where the baby was at that moment. During the day, he had been visiting his father's house. To everyone's relief, the police officers were able to contact Zachary, and it turned out that Darian was with him. He did not understand why he was being disturbed at such a late hour and thought that it could be about Christine. He explained that they were supposed to meet that day, go shopping together, but since she had disappeared and ignored all his calls, he spent the day in despair. When Deborah conveyed the terrible news to him over the phone, he burst into hysterical tears. Somehow, Zachary managed to calm down. Deborah invited him and the child to visit them at their house. They wanted to unite to cope with the consequences of this terrible tragedy. Zachary immediately agreed. The police wanted to talk to the parents of Christine to clarify the circumstances of the last days of Christine's life. They provided valuable information, revealing that Christine and Zachary had broken up 2 months before these events. Although they maintained warm relations for the sake of their child and continued to communicate as friends, they did not live together. Christine's parents still considered Zachary part of the family. Firstly, he was the father of their grandson and wanted to play a full role in the child's life. Secondly, he had not given up hope of rekindling his relationship with Christine. They said that the young parents had lived in the family home for quite some time before deciding to move to St. Paul. They rented an apartment located about 15 minutes away by car. However, after the move, the parents began to notice that Christine was not very happy with her family life. Zachary was drawn to parties and entertainment, which did not align with what the young mother had expected. Despite her modern and active outlook on life, Christine now wanted a home that offered an atmosphere of peace and quiet to focus on her child. She didn't like that her boyfriend viewed everything differently. He wasn't on the same page with her and was often leaving her to care for the child alone. After a couple of months, Christine decided to break up with him and return to her family home. Back to the case, according to Deborah, the last time she saw her daughter was around 1 p.m. on that fateful day, December 19th. Christine had plans until the evening. First, she was going to give her friend a ride to the gas station and then meet Zachary to go for a walk and pick up Darian. This was valuable information for the police, who immediately went to the gas station where Christine was supposed to meet her friend to fill up the car. The CCTV footage was confiscated, revealing Christine entering the store and even joking with the seller before meeting her friend. She appeared to be in a good mood, and the footage did not record anything incriminating. The investigators was decided to meet Zachary on the morning of December 20th. He came to the police station voluntarily for a planned conversation. According to his confession, Christine hadn't even had time to reach him that day. He stated that they had a strong relationship connected by their child. Zachary still maintained a warm relationship with Christine and her family. Zachary acknowledged that his love for socializing with friends made him seem unstable in Christine's eyes, but he saw it as a way to relax after work. This was the reason for their breakup. Although they continued to maintain a loving relationship, it somewhat contradicted the words of Christine's parents, who never mentioned anything about the resumption of Christine's relationship with Zachary. In fact, on his social media page, he indicated that he was married, even though they never officially tied the knot. Christina repeatedly asked him to remove this statement, but he refused and hoped that they would restore their relationship and eventually get married. Zachary also stated that in December they had joint plans. Christine was supposed to come to pick up their son at around 2 p.m. All three of them were going to go to the store for Christmas presents. They also wanted to stop by a festival dedicated to the holiday so that the baby could see everything. Zachary called Christine at 2:20 p.m. and then several more times, but she ignored him. Then Zachary decided to take the bus with his son to the festival on his own, thinking that as soon as Christine showed up, she would call, and he would come back. He didn't want to waste time, so he made this decision around 3 p.m., collected the child, and they both left for the festival. The father and son arrived there at about 4 p.m. and stayed for only about an hour. First, the noise bothered the baby. He didn't want to disturb him. Secondly, he didn't want to be there for long without Christine's company, as she never got in touch. Thirdly, he believed that during this time she could return for the child, and he was waiting for her. According to him, when he returned home, there was no one there. He claimed to have spent the rest of the evening and night waiting until he received an alarming call from his beloved's relatives. His alibi was quickly confirmed since at the festival there were special sheets for registration where attendees had to sign in upon arrival. During the check, Zachary's name was found. Additionally, several witnesses confirmed seeing him and child at the event. Despite initially becoming the main suspect, he was almost immediately ruled out after the news of Christine's murder. Zachary posted on his social media page that he missed her and would do everything for their son to ensure that the boy smiled, as Christine would have wanted. While detectives attended the festival and corroborated Zachary's story, they managed to find a new potential clue reported by friends of Christine. According to them, shortly before her death, Christine had met a young man named Derek, her new boyfriend. The detectives decided to check the alibi of the former by contacting Derek and arranging a meeting with him at the station. However, they were unable to reach him, which raised suspicion, prompting the police to look for him more actively. It turned out that he had not shown up for work on December 20th, the day after Christine's death. No one who knew him had seen him since. This seemed like an even stranger coincidence. He never returned for his work shift and did not answer phone calls, making him technically missing. On December 21st, they managed to contact him through his friends, persuading him to come to the police station voluntarily. According to Derek's account, he saw Christine on December 19th at around 2:15 p.m. He claimed he was walking along St. Paul Park Street near his house when she drove by. His apartment was located just a few minutes' walk from Zachary's. According to the reconstructed timeline, she was heading to her former partner's place to pick up her child. Derek waved at her, and she stopped, confirming that she was indeed going to pick up gifts. They chatted for a short time about an upcoming meeting and decided they could meet later that evening or the next day. Christine left, promising to call, but then simply stopped getting in touch. Derek confirmed that she seemed fine, with no unusual behavior or appearance. She was excited about the upcoming holidays with her family and in good spirits. The police believed Derek's account since he remained calm, answered questions clearly, and did not raise any suspicion. His words were corroborated when detectives checked the surveillance camera recordings from one of the houses. He accurately described the meeting with Christine. Derek had indeed left the area and did not seem suspicious. He justified his strange absence from work by stating he was sick, and his management confirmed this. However, this situation confused the detectives. They did not dismiss Derek and did not want to overlook any clues. Given the time intervals Derek indicated, he became the last person known to have seen Christine alive, thus moving to the top of the suspect list for the murder. They obtained warrants, including permission to check the records of Zachary's phone conversations. The police, however, could not connect Derek to the crime. They were physically in different locations all day, only crossing paths for a few minutes. The investigation simply lacked sufficient information, but detectives noted that near the location where the burning car and body were found, there was an interstate highway equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. The police decided to review any violations or instances of reckless driving reported on December 19th. It turned out that night an unknown person had called emergency services to report reckless driving, describing how an unidentified man was driving along the freeway from Minneapolis towards St. Paul Park. According to the description, the driver resembled an old friend of the detectives, but it was neither Derek nor Zachary, which puzzled the detectives anew. They decided to check Zachary's phone records and quickly discovered that his initial statements about staying home all night with the child were lies. Instead, he had been traveling on the regular highway between St. Paul and Minneapolis. The police knew that, at that time, Zachary was staying with the victim's parents at their invitation, which provided them with a good opportunity to search his apartment without his presence. The first thing that attracted the detectives' attention was the numerous telephone books that Zachary kept in his home for some reason. They were identical to the one found in the back seat of the burnt-out car. Few people kept these books in such quantities, and the coincidence seemed strange. In addition, traces resembling blood spatters were found on the walls in the hallway. A luminol test confirmed that it was indeed blood. Even more stains were found when they checked the bedroom. On Zachary's mattress, there were spatters. The entire apartment was subjected to this test, revealing many places where there were suspicious blood stains. However, the most interesting item was a 4-page letter that was obviously addressed to Christine but was never given to her. In it, he expressed how much he missed his relationship with her and wanted her back. This was fundamentally contrary to Zachary's initial claims that they were planning to move in together. He even stated that he supported Christine and was glad she had a boyfriend. This was an obvious lie. He suffered during the separation, which could have made him jealous when he found out about Deke. In fact, he wanted her back from the very beginning. The relationship between them was not straightforward. They often argued and quarreled. Sometimes this even led to calls to the police from neighbors, although it never escalated to violence. Christine's parents were aware of the heated arguments but did not think Zachary could be dangerous. The next discovery was a pair of boots found in Zachary's closet. They were similar in description to those belonging to Christine. Interestingly, one of them was missing a lace. The detective speculated that the criminal could have used this lace to strangle her. While the detectives were waiting for the results of DNA tests, They contacted the relatives of Christine because they thought it was important to keep them informed of their findings. It was possible that Larson family was in mortal danger, living under the same roof as the suspect. When the police informed Daniel and Deborah about this, Zachary was just a few meters away from them, through the wall in his room. It was a difficult situation for the parents of Christine, but they decided to help the police. After this call, they approached him and said that the police wanted to talk again. They demonstrated all possible restraint and composure to avoid revealing the true purpose of their encounter. Upon receiving this news, Zachary was visibly upset. He expressed that he really wanted the investigation to be concluded and for the criminal to be found. Within an hour, he left and headed to the police station. From the very beginning, it was clear that they did not intend to treat him as a witness. Zachary ended up in the interrogation room, where the police were quite harsh with him. He kept insisting on his version of events, repeating over and over that he attended the festival and was with Darian. But the investigators told him they were aware of his lies and wanted to hear the truth. According to the detectives, they invited him in for questioning because they had discovered that his story was partly fictional. They didn't reveal all their evidence in the hope that the suspect would implicate himself with contradictory excuses. This went on for about 3 hours. When it became clear that their tactics were useless, they produced the letter they found in the apartment. They decided to try to appeal to his emotions, as he in the letter expressed how much he loved her. Contradictions were found in his story. He started making excuses again but seemed increasingly less confident. Eventually, under pressure, Zachary decided to tell a new story. However, it was not at all what the investigators expected to hear. According to Zachary, he went to the store shortly before 2 p.m., hoping to return before his beloved arrived. When he returned with his son, he found Christine unresponsive in the living room closet, the same place where the police found the shoes during their search. He claimed he was so scared when he found her that he decided to hide the body, fearing legal issues. He understood that this story would not be believed, so his best choice was to transport Christine by car to the outskirts of the city and abandon her. According to Zachary, he did just that and then walked more than 10 kilometers to his apartment, leaving baby Darian home alone without supervision. According to him, he did not even set fire to the car with the body, so he had no idea what happened after that. All this sounded completely implausible. His trip with the boy did not align with his fabricated story about attending the festival, making it clear that he was lying. It became evident from Zach's words that he was not involved in what happened, yet he appeared at all stages of the massacre. While this was not a confession, the police believed they would now be able to reconstruct the timeline of events from December 19th more accurately. According to the detectives, Christine had indeed come to her ex's apartment after speaking with her new boyfriend around 2:15 to 2:30 p.m. It was believed that Zachary wanted to discuss rekindling their relationship, but everyone knew that Christine was not interested in such a conversation, as she had already started dating someone new. Zachary probably didn't know about the relationship, but Christine confessed to him about her new boyfriend, which provoked a fit of anger. A conflict arose that ultimately led to murder. All this happened just on the other side of the wall from his son, but the child was too young to understand anything. Then, he took Darian and went with him to the Christmas festival by bus, leaving his beloved's body in the apartment. When he returned, he left the child alone and took the body, deciding to find a place to dispose of Christine's car and cover his tracks. The arson was planned in advance. The fire succeeded, but it did not burn as strongly as he had planned, and there were enough traces of the crime left on the body. The examination showed that the blood found in his apartment belonged to Christine, and the shoelaces were identified as the murder weapon. His DNA was also found in Christine's car. On December 24th of that year, Christmas Eve, Zachary was officially arrested and charged with the murder of Christine Larson. A little less than a year later, in October 2008, the jury found Zachary Otis Matthews guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. After that, Darian was handed over to Christine's parents, who raised him as their own son. Curiously, even the new boyfriend with whom she had a short relationship played a significant role in the child's life. He communicated with him regularly, wanting to remind the boy of what a wonderful person his mother had been. Despite their brief relationship, Derek thought Christine was a remarkable girl and mourned her deeply. He wanted Darian to never forget his mother. Zachary remains behind bars and has never admitted guilt in Christine's murder, insisting that he was framed. Therefore, accurately reconstructing what he had to endure leading up to her death, as well as determining the motive for the crime, is not possible. Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Janet Loretta Tillman. Even the most pious image can conceal a dangerous person. Clever manipulators can deceive entire communities, gather loyal followers, and carry out sinister deeds behind their backs. The population of Vincent, Alabama, USA, is about 2,000 people, and here you can still encounter neighbors who are not afraid to leave their doors open or their keys in their cars. Timothy Dane Tillman worked at the local Renaissance Center and was considered the best preacher in town. Many looked up to him as a mentor and source of support. Nevertheless, the man's story turned out to be full of mysteries. Until 2000, Timothy traveled across the states, preaching the gospel. He managed to embark on an extensive pilgrimage from Florida to Minnesota. People responded positively to his words and felt supported by him. The pastor's wife, Janet Tillman, was a very modest woman and a caring mother who embodied the image of a priest's wife. She was always there, trying to support her husband throughout their marriage, during which they welcomed two daughters, the eldest, Jessica, and the youngest, Fanny, who seemed to withstand any obstacles and problems. The pastor never forgot that the foundation of his work was charitable activity, demonstrating this through actions rather than words. For example, when Hurricane Katrina hit Louisiana, he saw an opportunity to support the community that was struggling to recover from the disaster. In September 2005, he proposed a fundraising event called the Hunt for Turkey, which was essentially an outdoor shooting range. The proceeds were meant to help those in need. Everything was organized as best as possible, but on October 22, 2005, after the third shot, one of the rifles jammed. The pastor, along with his wife, was concerned because the situation seemed quite dangerous. One of the church members offered to fix the gun, but Timothy declined, worried about the safety of the many children and strangers present in the church. He decided to put the gun in the trunk of his car, where it remained for 4 days. On October 26, Janet took the faulty weapon, while her husband took 2 other rifles, intending to store them under their bed. Janet went first, with Timothy following her. Suddenly, a shot rang out from the pastor's house. According to Timothy's confession, when he entered the room, the rifle hit the door frame and accidentally discharged. A bullet struck Janet, who was a couple of meters away from him. She was seriously injured and began to bleed in her husband's arms. As help arrived, she repeatedly told him that she loved him and their daughters. When the police and ambulance finally arrived, it was already too late to save Janet. The pastor was overwhelmed with grief, crying almost constantly and covering his face with his hands. The most devastating news for him was that his wife did not survive. At that point, few understood what had happened, and the police were preparing to take Timothy to the station for questioning and to record an official statement. He wandered around the church courtyard, blaming himself for inadvertently killing his beloved wife. Everyone knew him as a good person, incapable of any cruelty, and they wanted to support him, convinced that it had been an accident. When Timothy was at the station, he was able to give a full account of the incident to the police. He described what had happened in detail, explaining about the jammed rifle and that Janet had wanted to protect those present by putting it under their bed. He also mentioned that she had taken the 2 remaining weapons to the room, where one of the rifles accidentally discharged upon hitting the door frame. The police found him to be credible. He seemed like a decent person, a worthy member of society, and a pastor. It was hard to believe he had any malicious intent. Consequently, there was no reason to detain him, and Timothy was allowed to return home to his children. When Janet's sister learned this tragic news, she was shocked and decided to call her brother to share her feelings. The first assumption he voiced was that this was not an accident. They discussed everything and approached the police with their suspicions. After collecting all necessary data, the investigators decided to look into Timothy. To their surprise, it turned out that the church minister held two driver's licenses. One was issued in his name, and the other was in the name of Timothy Patrick McNally. Interestingly, the second license was issued just 4 months before the tragedy, raising suspicions and indicating that the pastor had something to hide. He reverted to his official name just a few days prior to the incident. During this time, the victim's family had been discussing secrets that had troubled her in the past, which now began to be confirmed in unexpected ways. From the very beginning, Janet's relatives were convinced that her death was not an accident, and they had good reasons for their suspicions. In fact, Timothy's relationship with Janet's family had always been strained. They considered him a liar and a manipulator, believing that he had deliberately turned Janet against them to the point where their connection was nearly severed. Despite these difficult relations, they felt obliged to say a proper goodbye to Janet and sought justice. Tension arose the moment the relatives of the deceased appeared on the threshold of the house where Janet had died. They didn't even shake hands with Timothy, as everyone thought he was the culprit. Janet noticed that the pastor was avoiding eye contact, and Timothy did not offer any words of greeting or apology but immediately began to express how much he loved Janet, insisted that he would never harm her, as if he were justifying himself. After several days of intermittent communication and observing all the oddities, Janet's relatives were convinced that she was a victim of deliberate murder. They even sent an email to the district attorney asking them to investigate, insisting that this crime was not an accident and believing that Timothy Tillman was the killer. After not receiving the expected response, Janet's sister, Joan, contacted the Alabama Bureau of Investigation. Subsequently, an FBI agent was sent to meet with the sheriff from the city police department. He was shown a recording of the police talking to Timothy. In this video, the agent did not notice anything suspicious. According to him, Timothy was acting scared and very confused, but this fear could have been caused by the death of his wife. Suspicions began to strengthen when the FBI agent learned about 2 driver's licenses belonging to Timothy from before the accident. From that moment, the agent decided to investigate the pastor's past in the hope of confirming or refuting the fears surrounding him. Curiously, the minister of the church had a far from holy past. From the outset, it became evident that he had a weakness for women, resulting in periodic infidelities. He liked to visit strip clubs, which was known to his wife, who initially felt outraged but eventually resigned herself to his behavior, choosing not to divorce for the sake of their children. Timothy married Janet in December 1983, their first daughter was born in 1986, and their second in 1991. The Tillman family lived in Jacksonville, Florida, where Timothy worked as a pastor. It was discovered that in 1986, Timothy was seen leaving a strip club, behavior that parishioners deemed unworthy for a preacher. Following their complaint, he was fired from the church. His sinful lifestyle could not be atoned for by the eloquence he possessed, forcing him to seek new employment. However, he became a pastor again, though not for long, as he was soon caught in an inappropriate relationship with one of the parishioners and was fired again. To avoid traveling around the country in search of a new position, he took a job in a prison. During this period, Timothy liked to call himself a policeman. In reality, he worked as a civilian, sitting at the entrance, registering those coming and going. One day, he encountered a call girl. Later, she claimed that he had abused her near her home. This incident was investigated, and the former pastor was subsequently charged and sentenced to 10 months in prison in Minnesota. The abuse accusation seemed too much even for the all-forgiving Janet. During this time, Janet decided she had had enough. Exhausted by his regular betrayals, she and her children chose to start anew. She contacted her relatives, who helped her relocate to Alabama, where she found a job in the same office as her sister. This reunion allowed her to learn just how sinful Timothy truly was, which ultimately ruined their relationship. Janet began working in the office and contemplated a career, finding it much better than continuing a relationship with a husband unable to control his animalistic urges. For several months, the sisters lived together. Janet even started to recover and forget about her problematic husband. Then, unexpectedly, Timothy called. He stated that he was being released from prison early for good behavior and wanted to surprise his family. He asked for forgiveness and swore he had reformed, constantly insisting that he loved his children and that Janet could not deprive their daughters of their father. Despite her deep disappointment and feelings of betrayal, Janet allowed her husband to return to the family. Close friends warned Janet that this was a bad idea, but she did not heed their cautions and began to distance herself from her family once again. The Tillman family reunited, and in 2000, Timothy vowed to leave his past behind. They began to attend the Assembly of God, where he befriended the pastor and gradually began to speak in the church. Over time, this eloquent speaker opened doors to other religious organizations. Thus, Timothy first appeared at a revival event in Vincent, Alabama, where his wife hoped everything would be different, wanting to avoid another move. In January 2003, when they visited the center, there was no pastor present. It seemed like an incredibly fortunate coincidence. Timothy volunteered to conduct the service and performed so well that they decided to hire him without conducting any additional checks or interviews. He was seen as a very talented and eloquent preacher. Gradually, the unholy father managed to become the senior pastor of the church while concealing his legal issues. He behaved with restraint around women and did not visit questionable establishments. Indeed, before hiring someone for such a position, they meticulously checked for any convictions related to abuse, and his previous dismissals from several churches could have posed a significant problem. Nevertheless, Timothy succeeded in hiding these incidents, typically using standard excuses like losing or forgetting his documents. It was astounding, but it seemed to have worked. A skilled manipulator could have talked excessively. In Timothy's biography, there was still nothing to cling to. Concrete evidence was needed to start building a case for premeditated murder. Eventually, the police became interested in the case and actively got involved in the investigation. Timothy was not informed about all this. He continued to lead an ordinary life, believing that he had fooled everyone once again, while the investigation's suspicions grew. Meanwhile, he took advantage of the support of the local community in every possible way. The locals rallied around him and his children. They supported their beloved pastor and even provided him with financial assistance. A few weeks passed. Suddenly, Timothy announced that he needed to leave his daughters with family friends for a while and attend a pastor's conference in Washington state. The event was expected to take a significant amount of time. It seemed strange that a man would decide to undertake such a long trip during this difficult period. The pastor's phone calls needed to be checked. During the trip, one number contacted Timothy more frequently than others. The contact was investigated and turned out to belong to a woman named Molly Bizzari. Considering that the pastor was traveling on a business visit, it seemed odd that he maintained constant communication with a woman, including evening conversations clearly outside of working hours since the death of his wife. It had been several months since he returned from his visit to Washington and attempted to start anew with his children. Unexpectedly, Jessica called her grandmother and reported that she had a fight with her father after discovering suspicious messages on his social media accounts. Judging by these messages, her father seemed to have been involved with Molly during his trip to Washington. The daughter was shocked to learn that he had forgotten her mother so quickly and found a new romantic interest. As a result, rumors began to spread that the pastor had a mistress for a long time, possibly even during his wife's life. In any case, now the pastor could have a motive for committing murder. Perhaps his relationship with this new woman had become serious, and he decided to marry her. Divorce is always long, difficult, and expensive. If he was indeed grieving for his deceased wife, who had died in an accident, he would not have so quickly pursued a new woman. Thus, the first confirmation of suspicions was found. Now it was necessary to determine when his acquaintance with Molly had begun. The police began to examine Timothy's emails and discovered that they had first contacted several years ago. It was an anonymous communication that he could maintain unnoticed. Interestingly, he had been trying to win Molly's favor for a long time. During this period, Janet worked a lot and did not suspect her husband, or perhaps she simply did not want to confront any potential infidelities. Meanwhile, the communication continued, and Timothy became more immersed in their long-distance relationship, clearly wanting to advance it to a new level. Gradually, he learned that Molly's father was a military man. At this point, he decided to create a fake identity and reveal it to his interlocutor. He posed as a naval officer. As it turned out, he even visited a military goods and paraphernalia store where he assembled a Navy lieutenant's uniform to impress his mistress. Now, before the detectives stood a man leading a double life, one with a wife he had buried and another with a woman on the side. The investigators were convinced that all of this was more than mere coincidence. The trip to Washington raised many questions. It was apparent that Tim had used a driver's license under a different name, which confused not only his mistress. The preparation seemed too serious. Until now, it was unclear why he would kill his wife if it was possible to simply get a divorce. Soon, the detectives had an answer. Perhaps a divorce could undermine his reputation in his new community, and he feared revealing the darker aspects of his personality. Additionally, it later came to light that he received a payout from Janet's life insurance after her death, which could also have served as an additional motive for murder. The detectives decided to meet and speak with other church employees. In addition, the police informed the public about the man's history of violations, including charges related to abuse. Many were shocked to learn that the pastor was capable of such atrocities and how insidious the liar was. However, there were supporters who viewed the accusations as a conspiracy against the holy man. Damage to the pastor's reputation was done. Detectives sought tension so that the suspect would begin to make rash decisions and mistakes. Many townspeople began to believe that Timothy had deliberately killed Janet. The whole scenario, which was being portrayed as an accident, seemed strange. The decision to take the weapon from the event to his home, specifically to his bedroom, did not seem justified. And now it seemed clear why the armed forces had acted this way. Rumors began to spread. Church members stopped feeling the same reverence after the preacher's speeches as they had before. On the contrary, uncertainty grew, and suspicions about him increased. Timothy stopped being trusted, and some openly expressed dissatisfaction with his behavior. Apparently, the tension led the pastor to turn to the church leadership after some time and express his desire to leave his post for another location. Despite everything, there were supporters within the community who provided him with financial aid and assistance with his move. The pastor claimed that he intended to take his daughters and return to Florida to be closer to his family. For the detectives, this looked like a disaster. The police officers from the armed forces did not yet have the necessary evidence to press charges and arrest the suspect. They were forced to simply watch as Timothy left Alabama. At some point, the detectives began to fear that he would escape justice, but investigators did not abandon the case and continued working to achieve justice for Janet. The situation changed rapidly after Timothy's departure. His sister called the police and reported a curious phone conversation that had taken place just minutes earlier. While she was at work, the phone rang with someone inquiring about Janet, identifying themselves as a representative of a credit institution. They stated that Janet had taken out a large sum of money on January 6, 2006, which was very curious since Janet had already died by that time. It was about $5,000, indicating that Timothy had used his wife's name and reputation to commit financial fraud. There were suspicions he could be involved in more such episodes. However, the most valuable implication was that it provided an opportunity to arrest him for fraud. This, of course, gave detectives a good opportunity to question Timothy about his wife's death. The suspect was not naive, so it was necessary to act carefully. The investigators knew the suspect well. They carefully analyzed his personality and behavioral characteristics. Therefore, they aimed to provoke a loss of self-control, which would allow them to secure a confession at the right moment. Although the chances were slim, this might have been their only chance. The detectives traveled to Florida for what would be one of the most challenging interrogations of their careers. It began as an ordinary conversation, and under pressure from the evidence, Timothy confessed to the fraud. He claimed he had financial difficulties after the death of his wife and the loss of his job, stating that he needed money for his move. Naturally, this was not the only thing the detectives wanted to discuss, so they smoothly changed the topic to the accidental shot that had occurred in his marital bedroom. Unexpectedly, his story began to shift. Initially, Timothy had stated that he accidentally discharged the weapon against the door frame. However, now he claimed that the rifle had slipped from his hands. He then added that he had accidentally tripped over the threshold when entering the room. All these inconsistencies provided the detectives with opportunities to exploit this change in narrative, particularly concerning the switch of the surname from Tillman to McNally shortly before his wife's death. Timothy had an excuse. He claimed that his brother was involved with Janet and that he did not want to be part of the Tillman family. Eventually, he decided it was foolish and changed his surname back. Of course, this strange story was not believed, and the obvious lies only strengthened suspicion against him. However, a confession or some material evidence was necessary. The officers spoke with Molly. She willingly agreed to cooperate with the investigation, stating that the trip to Washington was made for an engagement proposal, supposedly in August 2005, before his wife's death. According to her, Timothy had initially introduced himself as a divorced pastor, and that's how their relationship began. All this time, she believed he was free, but it turned out they were only separated by distance. He had surrounded Molly with lies about his military service, even claiming he was conducting secret missions on behalf of the U.S. government. He then recounted a tragic story about his ex-wife's death, presenting a different version of the accidental shooting. Previously, he had not mentioned anything like that. According to him, Janet had supposedly moved the rifles when the shot accidentally went off. In subsequent letters, Timothy referred to Molly as a kindred spirit and expressed his eagerness for their reunion, stating that she would become a mother figure for his daughters. In support of her words, Molly provided access to the correspondence she had with Timothy. Her entire story was confirmed, that the main suspect had become engaged to a woman he had found while his wife was still alive. This only confirmed the suspicions against him. Timothy Tillman was again interrogated and immediately began to lose his composure. He shouted that he had not killed his wife, even though 6 months had passed since her death. But even then, the authorities still did not have enough evidence. The case was just being built, so Timothy was arrested for financial fraud. The man was extradited back to Alabama. Janet's family expected justice, but unexpectedly, Timothy was released from jail. It was too early to panic. This was a deliberate move. Timothy remained under suspicion, and the detectives wanted the killer to believe his story was being accepted. The list of charges against him was limited to forgery of documents, and for the next 5 months, Timothy lived in Florida with his daughters, hoping that all the bad was behind him. Finally, a case against the pastor was built, and they decided to charge him with the murder of Janet. He was arrested without warning. According to detectives, at that moment, his knees almost buckled from surprise. The big problem was the presence of only circumstantial evidence. Therefore, there was a high probability that the criminal would escape punishment altogether. However, the prosecution took this risk and sought a confession, which Timothy refused, opting not to accept a deal with the prosecutor's office. It was also unclear how the shot from the rifle was provoked. The prosecution had only one rule to prove guilt: the constant changes in testimony during interrogations and other lies. On the prosecution's side, there was a witness named Jimmy Abbott, the man who had brought the rifles to the shooting event. He had personally repaired and inspected the weapons before giving them to Timothy, ensuring everything was in good order and unloaded. They had only managed to shoot from one rifle, which jammed. Thus, to conduct an accidental shot with any other weapon, it would have been necessary to deliberately load it. Moreover, the pastor's decision to postpone the event because one gun jammed seemed strange, as it was possible to simply continue shooting with other rifles at the shooting range. Timothy's choice to take the rifles into his bedroom generally baffled everyone. A few days before the tragedy, Timothy wrote a letter to Molly's father, convincing him of his serious intentions. According to Timothy, he would soon solve all his problems, and they would get married. The prosecution believed that under certain circumstances, the defendant would kill again without hesitation. Timothy himself refused to testify in court. Despite using his classic method of presenting himself as a pious man, the jury saw through his lies. For many, his demeanor changed dramatically. The man who had been a spiritual leader for an entire community turned out to be a cold-blooded killer who did not even look at his children as he left the courtroom. Timothy Dane Tillman was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in October 2009. Following this, there were numerous petitions, and even a retrial took place, but his guilt in the murder was once again confirmed. Timothy was also sentenced to 10 years in prison for forgery of documents and fraud. The killer remains behind bars and will probably never be released. Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Margaret Carabin. Margaret was born on April 5, 1959, in Poland, specifically in the city of Białystok, where she spent her childhood. Later, she moved to Canada to start a new life. She decided to settle in Mississauga, a large city in the province of Ontario, and met a man, Mr. Carabin. They got married, and in 1987, their first daughter, Caroline, was born, followed by Catherine a year later, and became a housewife, taking care of the home and children while her husband worked to provide for the family. Despite the appearance of having a happy family, Anne's husband showed little interest in parenting. He quickly grew bored with family life. As the girls grew up, more contradictions emerged in their views, and eventually, they decided to divorce. It was a difficult period, as her husband abandoned the children and resisted paying alimony, leading Anne to apply to the court. The case dragged on, causing significant financial and emotional stress. To stay afloat, Anne needed to work, and at one point, she even worked 2 jobs simultaneously, from morning to evening without days off. It was extremely hard. Despite her hard work, there was barely enough money for the 3 of them. She had no energy left to fully perform her maternal duties. During this time, Anne was constantly at work. Her children missed her dearly, hoped that she would overcome the difficulties and everything would be all right. Unfortunately, the situation only worsened. The divorce process dragged on for an extended period and fell into depression. This emotional turmoil began to take a toll, especially as she was in a foreign country and could not see her loved ones to share her feelings. She longed to find a new partner for support, yet she didn't even have time for her children, let alone a personal life. Even friends were hard to come by, as maintaining friendships required time she simply did not have. Instead, Anne found solace in alcohol. She began to drink a little to fall asleep faster and relax. A significant turning point for her came when she met a man named Doug at one of her jobs. They started dating, and gradually, she introduced him to her daughters. Doug seemed like a suitable partner for the future, so they decided to get married. At first, everything went well, and Anne believed she had finally found happiness, thinking their life would return to normal. In the first year of marriage, Anne gave birth to a son, Robert. However, from then on, the relationship became increasingly tense. Doug exhibited bad character traits, such as aggression, intemperance. He constantly drank, lost his temper, and behaved unpredictably. His actions escalated to the point where Caroline and Catherine had to intervene to protect their mother from beatings. The worst part was that Doug targeted not only Anne but also the girls, and continued to seek solace in alcohol, consuming more over time. Soon, she became dependent on it. When intoxicated, she was not aggressive but would simply fall asleep. Doug took advantage of the situation, and according to her daughters, he repeatedly abused them. This continued for quite a while before Anne discovered what was happening. When she finally confronted Doug about it, he attacked her and threatened her. Initially, she was at a loss about what to do. Despite her children's complaints, she was terrified of leaving her husband, plunging back into poverty, loneliness, and depression. Caroline took matters into her own hands, trying desperately to achieve justice and stop the violence. Unfortunately, no one listened to her or took any action. The Supreme Court could not overlook Doug's behavior forever, especially as he became increasingly cruel. Finally, in 2001, Doug was jailed for domestic violence, with additional charges added for drunk driving. However, his abuse accusations went unaddressed, leaving the girls feeling that justice had not been served. Any further complaints were simply ignored by the authorities. Caroline and Catherine felt relief that Doug, the dangerous man, was isolated and no longer posed a threat to them. Nevertheless, it was also the beginning of a new life for Anne, who was left alone with her 3 children. At this time, her daughters held high hopes that their mother could pull herself together, quit drinking, and improve their lives. However, the family dynamic suffered as they were all traumatized. and began to drink even more than before, significantly worsening the situation. She could no longer control her addiction, spending all the money she earned from several jobs on alcohol. Caroline and Catherine understood that their mother needed help but felt powerless to assist her. By that time, they had become teenagers, could partially care for themselves and their younger brother. This allowed them a bit of independence, but they still felt a significant lack of their mother's attention. As they grew up, conflicts increased, and disagreements became common. The atmosphere in the house turned tense. With constant arguments, the situation deteriorated further when both schoolgirls experimented with alcohol and marijuana. They spoke very badly of their mother, and as they entered a difficult adolescence, the sisters began to skip school. The situation at home is escalating. Those around them noticed the decline in their standard of living. Caroline and Catherine looked at their peers, realized that their friends had nice houses, beautiful clothes, delicious food, and loving parents, all of which they lacked. Even an evening dinner with their mother did not resemble family get-togethers. Family members had become very distant from each other. Some acquaintances supported the sisters, fed them, and gave them various things, but all of this was not enough for the teenage girls to feel normal. At the same time, they were very smart, energetic, and active. Teachers described their intelligence as above average. They succeeded in education and were expected to find decent jobs in the future. However, at that moment, they dreamed of becoming popular, wearing fashionable clothes like other girls who had no issues with their parents. Yet, there was something alarming in the behavior of these children. Some teachers noticed that Caroline and Catherine had a real talent for manipulating people. They easily achieved what they needed from others, and if they did something wrong, they often got away with it. Later, they dropped out of school altogether. As they grew, their dissatisfaction with their mother only grew, and soon real hatred for her awakened. They openly declared that she was a worthless mother who only thought of herself and her alcohol. Caroline and Catherine's turned to relatives, their father, and others for help, but no one did anything to assist them. Their negativity toward their mother only intensified. By 2002, they could no longer watch how she was ruining herself and them. In their minds, they began to mature a frightening plan. At that time, Caroline was 15 years old and Catherine was 14, but this did not stop them from developing a plan for a bloody massacre. They wanted to help their mother, but in a very distorted way. Their main goal was to save her from suffering. They wanted to do this in such a way as to gain popularity while also remaining winners. Caroline and Catherine knew that a life insurance policy for $200,000 had been issued for their mother. The mother had taken it out as soon as she had the opportunity at work, in case something happened to her. In this way, she insured and provided for her children. But Caroline and Catherine did not want to wait. They decided it was time to start an independent life. The sisters understood that they would not receive money if it were proven that their mother died at their hands, so the plan had to be carefully worked out. Thus, a school project called How to Kill a Mother was created. Initially, even they themselves perceived it as a joke. They shared it with their classmates and hoped to attract enthusiasts who would help find the best way to carry out the crime. They showed interest and constantly discussed various details of the murder so that they could execute it without getting caught. They began communicating with other teenagers and openly discussing everything in a specially created group. Their friends chose options, considering a gun or a knife. However, both sisters did not want blood and suffering for their victim, so they concluded that the most painless, simple way to kill their mother was by drowning. For some reason, they believed this was the easiest method with which they could quickly and easily cope, especially leave no traces. Naturally, all of this was actively discussed on social media, and many young people were involved in developing a plan for a murder without even realizing they were discussing a real crime. Nevertheless, everything quickly turned into serious crime planning. Caroline and Catherine began discussing it with classmates in the hope of understanding what difficulties awaited them and how to divert police suspicions from themselves, avoid punishment. They talked about other issues, particularly how to guarantee money from the insurance policy. The sisters planned to collect $200,000 from their mother's life insurance and actively discussed with classmates what they wanted to buy with this money. Caroline and Catherine envisioned buying a new cozy house and cultivating a plantation of marijuana there. With the first harvest and sale of substances, they planned to travel with friends to Europe, particularly Amsterdam. Ultimately, the sisters paid a lot of attention to their plot, which seemed meticulously thought out to the smallest detail. Finally, on the evening of January 11, 2003, Caroline and Catherine decided to kill their mother. However, disagreements arose with their group of like-minded peers, as a party among teenagers was planned for the same day, and everyone feared that the murder could cancel the festivities. It seemed implausible that the school children still did not take the sisters' idea seriously. One way or another, they were persuaded to postpone the bloody act for a week. It was rescheduled for January 18th. On that Saturday morning, the daughters approached their mother, unusually offering her a bottle of vodka. This made her very happy and blissfully. They began pouring shot after shot while simultaneously adding medicine to each glass, substances that serve as painkillers which, when combined with alcohol, could have very dangerous effects, including potential lethality. However, the sisters' goal was not to poison her. They did not even particularly hide the fact that they were giving her pills. Their mother saw this but willingly took them along with the strong alcohol, believing it would help her. All of this happened literally live on air. Caroline and Catherine constantly wrote to their friends in a messaging app, providing updates on the different stages of the process. When the bottle of vodka ran out, their mother was very drunk and sleepy. One of their friends even wished them luck and gave them a last piece of advice: to wear disposable gloves. Caroline and Catherine took his advice and used protective equipment, which logically made one of their classmates an accomplice in the crime they were about to commit, as he seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. As their mother's condition worsened, due to the pills combined with alcohol, the effects intensified. Finally, they suggested she take a relaxing bath and also get a massage. She agreed. They helped their mother to get up. She could barely stand on her feet, so it took them about half an hour to get to the bathroom. They then helped her undress. Caroline and Catherine suggested that their mother needed a back massage, asked her to lie on her stomach. Obviously, in her state, and could not think rationally, so she complied with this absurd demand. At this point, the eldest daughter began to drown her. She tried to resist but lacked the strength to fight back. She pushed her hands against the bottom of the bathtub with all her might, and could not rise to breathe. The sisters believed that in order for she to drown, it was necessary to keep her submerged for 4 minutes. Catherine stood nearby, periodically counting down to support her sister. Naturally, when Caroline finally let go of their mother, and showed no signs of life, Caroline and Catherine was elated that their plan had worked. They even screamed with joy. Afterward, they informed their group that the project had succeeded. Now they had to cover their tracks and divert suspicion from themselves. This had also been carefully planned. They arranged to meet friends at a restaurant, leaving their mother's body in the bathroom, and went to unexplained. Their first toast was specifically for the successful murder of their mother. Caroline and Catherine spent several hours there before returning home. A few minutes after they arrived, an emergency call came in from distraught people claiming they had found their mother's body in the bathtub. The ambulance attempted to resuscitate her, but of course, it was too late, as she had already been in the water for several hours. Caroline and Catherine crying constantly and appearing inconsolable. Interestingly, to play out this tragic comedy, one of them had even trained with someone from unexplained who was involved in a theater club. The scene was prepared and executed very carefully. From the outside, it seemed that the drunk mother had simply fallen asleep in the bathtub and drowned, making it look like an accident. However, the experience of the police suggested otherwise. Detectives rarely deal with drownings, most often it's small children who die when left unattended, so it appeared strange for an adult woman, especially one in a state of strong intoxication, to get into the bathtub unaided. How could she even manage to undress, climb in without falling and hurting herself? Everything seemed illogical. Nevertheless, the sisters had planned everything well, even leaving a glass from which their mother had drunk in the bathroom to reinforce the police's suspicion of an accident. They managed to eliminate any traces of a struggle. Of course, no one had entered the house, which meant there were no strangers present. Naturally, given their age and the fact that they were upset teenage girls, no one expected that they were capable of drowning their own mother. In any case, the police needed to talk to Caroline and Catherine to clarify the details. Both sisters told an emotional story about how they discovered their mother without signs of life after returning from a restaurant. They admitted that when they left home, she had been drinking, but there was nothing unusual about it since she had been an alcoholic for several years. And had never been aggressive, rather, she tried to drown her sorrows from hard work days and failures in her personal life. According to them, they returned around 2 a.m. and immediately discovered their mother's body. They called emergency services to report the situation. Now, it was necessary to determine where Caroline and Catherine would live until they reached adulthood. Their younger brother, Robert, who was only 3 years old, was with his father at the time. Thanks to his sisters, the boy was doomed to grow up without a mother. Meanwhile, forensic scientists were working at the scene of the alleged accident. They relied on the temperature of the water, which had long since cooled to the level of the ambient air in the room, indicating that and had been dead for several hours before she was discovered. No signs of violence could be found on her body. However, Caroline and Catherine did not manage to commit the perfect crime so as to go unnoticed. The forensic expert noted that traces of desperate attempts remained on the victim's body, as if she had risen from under the water to take a breath while struggling against someone who was holding her. Barely noticeable marks were found on the tips of her fingers. In addition, Anne tried so hard to save herself that she tore off several nails. Despite this, after a toxicological examination, all the doubts of the police were dispelled. A lethal dose of alcohol was found in her body. Therefore, her death was immediately recognized as an accident resulting from drowning while under the influence of alcohol. The investigation was closed. Their aunt took Caroline and Catherine, becoming their guardian. As the girls planned, they received money from their mother's life insurance, part of which went to summer camp. It seemed that this initially humorous school project had evolved into the perfect crime, one that would evade justice. Caroline and Catherine simply could not remain silent about their success. They clearly did not feel the slightest remorse. They bragged that they were able to not only kill their mother but also get money while avoiding justice. Now they wanted to fulfill their dream of buying a beautiful house and planting it with weeds. However, they did not have time to implement their large-scale plan. 11 months after their mother's death, one of Caroline's friends went to the police to report the killers. From the very beginning, she was aware of what was happening. She so tormented by the pangs of conscience that she could not sleep normally. The friend revealed the truth about the planning and preparation of the crime that took place online, providing detectives access to her computer, where all these dialogues were recorded. Not only did the police see how this cruel plan was drawn up, but there were also numerous confessions from each of the sisters. However, the investigators believed that something more substantial was needed, so they decided to use this friend to obtain new evidence. Listening and recording devices were installed in the car. Now all that was left was to catch the criminals in a confession. In fact, it was quite simple to do this because Caroline and Catherine literally could not talk about anything else except the murder. Even after almost a year, it was enough to bring up this topic for them to start describing the process and their skills as killers. They continued to willingly talk about this event with obvious pride and without remorse. However, until that moment, few took the statements of theirs seriously. Now their talkativeness allowed the police to probe the details of the insidious plan. In particular, the sisters mentioned the pills that were never found during the initial toxicology examination. The test simply had not been carried out in full. After a lethal dose of alcohol was detected in the blood, everything else was discarded as unimportant. Finally, all the secrets became clear. On January 21, 2004, at 7 a.m., the police arrived at the house where Caroline and Catherine lived. Both girls were arrested and taken to the police station in their pajamas. They were still asleep. The computers of the main suspects were also confiscated. During interrogations, both denied their guilt. They tried their best to demonstrate innocent behavior. They even refused to wear the clothes that the police offered them. Both remained in their pajamas. This was probably intended to enhance their innocence. Of course, no one believed them. Under the pressure of evidence, the older girl, Caroline, quickly cracked. She burst into tears and admitted that she had killed her mother. Curiously, the younger sister Catherine could not be broken. She withstood hours of police interrogation, but still insisted on her innocence. Nevertheless, by this time, detectives had restored the browser history and harvested data from the computers, which allowed them to discover new shocking details of the cold-blooded crime. Investigators reviewed all the correspondence that the witness had provided. It was evident that Caroline and Catherine were unhappy due to their mother's alcohol addiction. From these electronic sources, sufficient data was available to accuse the sisters of premeditated murder in the Supreme Court of Canada. Given their age, juvenile justice was involved in the case. Curiously, both were released on bail and placed under house arrest pending trial. In late 2005, they went to trial and were convicted of first-degree murder. Eventually, in June 2006, the hearings began, and it was notable that they wore the same pajamas in which they had been arrested. Many believe this was a deliberate manipulation of the jury to elicit sympathy for the sisters. However, this did not significantly impact the prosecution, which presented two motives for the murder: the pursuit of insurance money and the desire to escape the vicious cycle of their mother's alcohol addiction. Judging by the correspondence, the sisters even saw this as a means of providing relief for their suffering mother. During the hearings, dozens of other schoolmates appeared, all of whom had participated in the same project, played roles in the planning, and offered advice, which meant they could well have been considered accomplices. Ultimately, none of them were prosecuted, as it was determined that they did not fully grasp the seriousness of Caroline and Catherine's intentions, believed it was merely a game. With the solid foundation of evidence the prosecution had, Caroline and Catherine had no chance of escaping punishment. They were found guilty of first-degree murder. However, for minors under this charge, the maximum sentence was only 10 years in prison, of which they would serve only 6 years behind bars. The remaining 4 years would be under house arrest due to good behavior. The younger sister, Catherine, was released in 2009. By this time, Catherine was 21 years old. Shortly thereafter, Caroline was also released at 23. Under the Canadian Privacy and Protection Act, their names were not initially disclosed in the media. However, it was impossible to keep this information hidden for long, as they spoke too openly about their horrific crime. The defense did not succeed, and their identities were revealed. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from starting a new life. Both sisters entered college and earned their degrees. Catherine graduated from law school, got married, while Caroline pursued a career in technology to become a scientist. Later, she became a single mother and fully understood the difficulties her own mother had struggled with in the past. 17 years after the cold-blooded murders, in 2020, Caroline spoke to the media. By this time, she was 33 years old. She stated that she had radically evaluated her actions and now regretted them every day. She viewed her mother as a strong woman who tried to keep her family afloat but became depressed due to ongoing financial problems and difficult relationships with men. Caroline herself was traumatized and, like her children, could not fully comprehend the magnitude of what was happening at that time. She simply decided to rid herself of what she deemed unwanted burdens. Hello, crime enthusiasts. Are you ready for another chilling investigation? The case of Adrienne Shelly. Adrienne Shelly, whose real last name was Levine, was a well-known actress, director, and screenwriter. She was born on June 24, 1966, in Queens, New York, USA. From a very young age, she displayed a natural talent for acting. Her parents noticed her abilities early on and supported her by enrolling her in various theater programs and acting classes. By the age of 10, Adrienne began attending one of the most prestigious art centers, where many notable actors, including Robert Downey Jr. and Natalie Portman, had studied. It was there that Adrienne discovered her passion for performing. At the age of 11, she landed her first major role as the lead character in a musical, an experience she later described as the beginning of her journey toward success. Despite increasingly love acting, she is still a normal teenager, likes to spend time with friends and easily make friends thanks to her outward personality. At the age of 12, Adrienne faced a devastating loss when her father, Sheldon, suddenly passed away. To honor his memory, she chose Shelley as her stage name, preserving his name in her work. Her father had been her strongest supporter, much more so than her mother. After his death, her mother attempted to steer her in a different direction, suggesting she pursue a more traditional academic path at university. She also encouraged Adrienne to consider the film industry but warned that acting was a highly competitive and overcrowded field, where success could be elusive. Her mother believed it might be wiser to pursue a simpler and more secure profession. However, Adrienne was determined and steadfast in her aspirations. She confidently pursued her passion, enrolling at Boston University to study film production with a focus on directing. Although most sources indicate she didn't complete her university degree, the knowledge and experience she gained there proved vital to her future success. What truly propelled her forward was her persistence and strong self-belief. At the age of 18, Adrienne left the family's house and moved to live in an apartment with 3 other girls from her university. Adrienne and her friends all aspired to become actresses, but success for them was initially limited to auditioning and encountering rejections. The film industry was highly competitive, and securing roles proved difficult. Despite these challenges, Adrienne remained determined to establish herself in cinema. She spent her free time taking small roles as an extra in films, which was enough to cover her living expenses. In 1989, a turning point came when she met film director Hal Hartley. He offered her the lead role in The Unbelievable Truth, marking the official start of her acting career. Her relationship with Hartley blossomed, and she became his muse, burning roles in several of his films. This recognition extended beyond New York to Hollywood, where she gradually built her reputation in the U.S. film industry. She received offers for leading roles in Los Angeles but turned down most of them, choosing to focus her career in New York. To her, New York had a deeper connection to the film industry than Hollywood. Adrienne continued to grow professionally without relocating. She focused on her craft and steadily laid the foundation for her success. She appeared in numerous productions, including comedies, and during this time, decided to explore screenwriting and directing. In 2001, she met Andy Ostroy, with whom she entered into a romantic relationship. They got married, and in 2003 welcomed their daughter, Sophie. While pregnant, Adrienne began writing the script for the comedy film Waitress. The story featured a realistic portrayal. The main character was pregnant and trying to escape from her abusive husband, who tormented her throughout their marriage. This was a bold move, as pregnancy in films is usually depicted in a positive light. Adrienne chose to highlight the challenges women face during this time, offering a fresh and innovative perspective. After giving birth to her daughter, Sophie, Adrienne decided to continue pursuing her career in the film industry. Waitress became a true success and marked a significant milestone in her career. The film premiered in 2007, but tragically, Adrienne did not live to see its triumph, as she had passed away before its release. While working on the film, she rented an office on Abingdon Square in Manhattan's West Village. It was a simple apartment where she often worked alone. For her, this space was a personal sanctuary, offering a sense of safety amidst her creativity. Adrienne crafted a unique atmosphere in her work environment, showing great care and reverence for her improvised studio. She approached her work with meticulous attention to detail, one that visitors often remarked was almost excessive. It was clear to everyone that Adrienne had a promising future ahead of her, which made the tragic and shocking end of her career all the more devastating. November 1, 2006, started as a typical day for Adrienne and her family. She woke up early to prepare for work in her office, while her husband, Andy, and their daughter, Sophie, followed their usual morning routine. Andy, an actor and producer, took Sophie to kindergarten and then headed to work, dropping Adrienne off at her workplace along the way. Throughout their relationship, Adrienne and Andy maintained the habit of staying in regular contact during the day, frequently calling each other to share updates. This tradition had remained unbroken for years. However, on November 1st, Adrienne's silence was startling. She didn't call Andy and failed to answer any of his calls, which was completely out of character for her. Andy wasn't initially worried. He understood how devoted Adrian was to her work and assumed she might be tied up, especially since she had planned to start several new projects that day. He figured she was deeply engrossed and decided not to disturb her over minor issues. Andy worked through the day until evening, but when he wrapped up his shift and called her again, she still didn't answer. By this point, her lack of communication was unusual. Adrian typically made time to reach out during her busy periods or at least send a quick message. Her silence was becoming increasingly concerning. Around 5:30 p.m., Andy picked up his daughter from kindergarten. Adrian was still unreachable, and his concern deepened. Her behavior was unlike her. Normally, she would have checked in or let him know if she was occupied. Worried, Andy decided to drive to her rented office, a habit he often practiced on gloomy days like this due to the poor weather in New York. He tried calling her again to arrange a pickup time but received no response. By now, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something was wrong. Andy took his daughter, Sophie, to her grandmother's house and asked the grandmother to watch Sophie while he went to the office. Without a spare key to the building, he approached the doorman upon arrival, hoping to gain access with a duplicate key. The concierge refused to give Andy the key due to strict building policies, prompting Andy to suggest they go upstairs together. The doorman was familiar with Adrian, as she was a celebrity, and recognized her husband as well. He mentioned that Adrian hadn't left the building all day, which was unusual because her work should have been finished, and she should have been preparing to leave. The concierge agreed to Andy's suggestion, but when they reached the floor, they realized the keys weren't needed. The door was unlocked. This was unexpected, as Adrian was always meticulous about locking her office, even for brief absences. Typically, she would secure the door from the inside to ensure privacy and avoid interruptions. Once inside the studio, Andy immediately noticed Adrian's clothes and shoes in their usual place, a designated spot reserved for them. This indicated that she was likely still inside. He began calling her name as he moved through the rooms. In the kitchen, bags of food remained untouched. In the bedroom, the bed was partially disheveled, with its sheet torn off, yet there was no sign of Adrian. When he entered the bathroom, he was horrified to discover the lifeless body of her. She was hanging from a sheet tied to the shower rod. Shocked and panicked, Andy screamed and immediately tried to lower his wife's body in an attempt to save her. The building's caretaker, who was nearby, heard the commotion and immediately called police and emergency services, sensing the gravity of the situation. Upon their arrival, officers found Andy in tears, overwhelmed by grief and unable to compose himself for some time. Investigators initially concluded that Adrian, a successful actress and director, had ended her life. However, Andy adamantly rejected this conclusion, refusing to believe it. He insisted that his wife did not suffer from depression, mental illness, or addiction. There were no signs, not even the slightest indication, that could suggest she would voluntarily end her own life. On the contrary, Adrian appeared to be thriving at this point in her life. Her career was on an upward trajectory, with each new production surpassing the last. She had a loving relationship with Andy and a deep bond with their young daughter, Sophie, whom she cherished. From Andy's perspective, Adrian would never willingly leave her daughter behind, especially given her own experience of losing her father at age 12 and understanding the profound pain such a loss could inflict on a child. Despite Andy's assertions, law enforcement maintained that depression could often be hidden, with symptoms that weren't necessarily tied to struggles in one's family or personal life. They explained that individuals could appear outwardly fine, even happy, while quietly battling unseen difficulties until the very end. Throughout this time, Andy refused to back down. He tirelessly urged law enforcement to conduct a more thorough investigation, steadfastly believing that Adrian had been murdered. He committed himself to proving this, despite the daunting challenges ahead. The autopsy revealed that Adrian's death was caused by a sheet tied around her neck, but Andy doubled down on his efforts, insisting the case be treated as a homicide. To substantiate such claims, however, concrete evidence was necessary. The scene showed no signs of blood, struggle, or any obvious clues suggesting the presence of an intruder on the day of Adrienne's death. However, some unusual details came to light. Would someone who was about to end their life go shopping and behave as though they had plans for the following day? Upon closer examination of the crime scene, investigators discovered a suspicious clue, a faint shoe print on the toilet lid. This led them to suspect that it might have been left by an unknown person. It is possible that the attacker, or possibly Adrienne herself, stood on the toilet lid to reach the shower curtain rod and tie the sheet. Andy immediately recognized the shoe print on the toilet lid as evidence of a criminal presence. He explained to investigators that Adrienne kept her office very clean. Adrienne had installed a special closet and cabinet near the entrance, requiring everyone to remove their shoes or boots before entering. Walking around the apartment in footwear was strictly forbidden, and Adrienne would become extremely upset when this rule was violated. Therefore, Andy firmly believed that the shoe print could only have been left by someone who entered the studio without her permission. Adrienne's fastidiousness regarding cleanliness was well known among her close friends and family, all of whom confirmed it during interviews with detectives. Upon realizing the connection, investigators scrutinized the shoe prints, paying close attention to the tread pattern and size. Their findings supported Andy's claims. The print did not match the shoes worn by either him or his wife. Furthermore, fingerprints were discovered on the shower rod that did not belong to Adrienne. While it appeared that someone had tried to wipe them away, the effort had been incomplete, leaving traces for investigators to uncover. Adrienne's close acquaintances were investigated, but none of them had shoes matching the traces found. Furthermore, their fingerprints did not match those recovered from the scene. Analysis of the residue on the toilet lid revealed it was chalk or a similar type of dust, typically uncommon in homes or offices without ongoing repairs. Detectives speculated that the traces might belong to someone employed in the construction or renovation industry. Initially, they theorized that Adrienne might have scheduled a repair appointment for that day. However, there was no evidence or information to support this theory. Adrienne would have informed her husband if she had made such arrangements. In reality, everything in the studio was in perfect condition. She had no need for the services of a contractor. Detectives investigating the case remembered a remarkable detail. When Adrienne was found dead in her studio, someone reported hearing noises that sounded like hammers and drills. Initially, the police were skeptical about this detail but decided to investigate further. It turned out that renovation work was indeed taking place in the apartment directly below Adrienne's studio. The apartment owner, who had no connection to Adrienne and didn't even know her, confirmed that workers were present on November 1st, completing the final stages of the renovation. He himself was not present in the apartment at the time because the construction company needed access to tear down walls and install new partitions. This detail intrigued the detectives, as such work generates significant dust capable of leaving white marks. The apartment owner granted them permission to inspect the site, where they found substantial dust samples, which were subsequently sent to the lab for testing. Laboratory results confirmed that the dust matched the residue found in Adrienne's studio, indicating that at least one worker from the renovation had entered her office. Detectives then contacted the general contractor at Bradford General Contractors to identify the workers who had been on site during that period. At this stage, investigators encountered difficulties due to the company's practice of cutting costs by hiring workers who were not officially employed. This was common in the United States at the time, especially with the influx of migrants. Many workers were undocumented and lacked proper visas. However, following a period of investigation, the individual overseeing the project verified the list of everyone present at the apartment on November 1st. Among them, the most suspicious was Diego Pilco, a 19-year-old who had recently arrived in the U.S. from Ecuador. Upon his arrival, he started working for Bradford to save money. Initially, he planned to use the earnings to repay a debt in his native Ecuador, which had helped finance his journey to the United States. Diego's behavior drew attention. He often appeared anxious and acted strangely. He was still working for Bradford when investigators tracked him down. They brought him to the police station for questioning, where detectives got straight to the point. Diego was directly asked about Adrienne's murder. Surprisingly, he did not deny it. Instead, he confessed almost immediately upon entering the office. He explained his account of the incident, repeatedly stressing that it had been accidental. He insisted he was not a bad person but was struggling with severe financial difficulties and had acted out of desperation. Diego revealed that on November 1st, he was working in the apartment below Adrienne's studio alongside several other laborers, completing the final stages of the renovation. The demolition of walls created substantial noise, which was expected given the nature of the work. About an hour into their tasks, Adrienne became upset with the loud noise. Frustrated, she angrily shouted that the noise was interfering with her ability to focus. Diego felt her behavior was condescending, as if she were implying her work was more important than theirs. She demanded the workers stop making noise, but Diego considered this unreasonable, as demolishing walls could not be done quietly. The young workers calmly explained the situation to Adrienne. However, she refused to listen. She entered the apartment and began yelling. Frustrated, Diego grabbed a hammer and threw it in her direction. Miraculously, she dodged the tool. She then started shouting even louder and threatened to call the police. With that, she left the apartment and headed upstairs. Worried about the possible consequences of his actions and fearing deportation, Diego followed her, desperately pleading for her not to involve the authorities. Adrienne was furious and ignored his pleas. Once she arrived at her studio, Diego grabbed her sleeve, still begging her not to report him. She may have interpreted his actions as an attack and began screaming. Losing control once again, Diego struck her in the face. Adrienne fell, hit her head, and stopped moving. Convinced that she had died from the blow, Diego panicked. He locked himself in the office, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do next. Adrienne remained still and did not get up. Eventually, Diego realized he had killed someone and decided to cover up the crime. He took a bed sheet and staged the scene to make it look like Adrienne had voluntarily ended her life. This was the initial version of his confession, but the police did not believe his story. One key issue they identified was the absence of dust on Adrienne's shoes. If she had indeed entered the apartment under renovation, as Diego claimed, there would have been dust on her footwear. Moreover, Adrienne's shoes were discovered neatly arranged on a specially prepared cabinet, indicating that she had deliberately taken them off. This detail contradicted Diego's claim that there had been no time for her to take off her shoes or place them there. Another significant inconsistency was the lack of witnesses to Adrienne's alleged aggression. Although Diego claimed that she had come downstairs and shouted at the workers, none of them confirmed his statement. Additionally, neighbors in nearby apartments, who were present at the time, should have heard the commotion if Adrienne had caused a scene. However, none of them reported hearing anything. Detectives uncovered another crucial detail when Andy mentioned that her wallet contained no cash, a notable discrepancy, as she normally carried cash, preferring it over credit cards. She would routinely keep at least a couple $100s on her, sometimes more for various needs. This habit helped investigators identify a possible motive, an illegal immigrant seeking to profit from Adrienne's belongings. Moreover, forensic analysis revealed that the circumstances of her death did not align with Diego's initial confession. She had still been alive when she was hanged. Her actual cause of death was strangulation, with no evidence of a fatal head injury. Despite these glaring contradictions, Diego persisted in sticking to his story for a while, maintaining that Adrienne had initiated the conflict. However, under pressure from mounting evidence and inconsistencies, Diego's account began to change significantly. Detectives interviewed his acquaintances to gather insights into his character but found that he had limited interactions outside work. His colleagues described him as someone struggling with financial issues, desperately trying to pay off debts. Beyond this, he seemed to be an ordinary young man hoping to establish his life in the U.S. Further investigations among the residents of the apartment building revealed additional witnesses. Diego had a troubling habit of staring at women for extended periods, an unsettling behavior that made residents uncomfortable. However, no one had observed him behaving aggressively or attacking anyone. Adrienne's husband, Andy, continued to insist that Diego's account was false and merely an attempt to justify his actions. Andy maintained that his wife was never aggressive and always treated others with respect, regardless of their background. The missing cash from her wallet pointed to a clear motive. Although valuable equipment and supplies remained intact, the loss of several $100s remained unexplained. Before the trial, scheduled for 2008, Diego presented a new explanation that was more plausible than his initial story. He claimed that he had been drinking while at work and encountered Adrian in the elevator. He stared at her and suddenly realized she was someone famous. Recognizing her as an actress, he quickly assumed that she likely had money. Seeing this as an opportunity to resolve his financial problems, he believed breaking into her apartment presented a chance to profit. Pretending to head to the top floor, Diego carefully noted the apartment Adrian entered. He spent the day observing and listening, waiting for the moment she would leave, possibly to go to the store. Later, when she returned with shopping bags, she left the door slightly ajar as her hands were full. After placing her bags down, she moved to the kitchen, likely to organize her groceries. Out of habit, she undressed and placed her clothes and shoes in the closets. Meanwhile, Diego discreetly watched her every move from the landing just outside her apartment. As the door was left partially ajar, Diego noticed the gap and spotted a bag with a wallet peeking out. Unable to resist the temptation, he saw an opportunity to steal. Peeking inside the apartment, he confirmed Adrian was unaware of his presence and entered. He grabbed the wallet and took the cash. As he tried to return the wallet to the bag, Adrian unexpectedly returned and confronted him. She screamed and rushed toward the phone, presumably to call the police. Panicking, Diego chased after her and covered her mouth and nose to silence her. Within moments, Adrian lost consciousness due to suffocation. Realizing that leaving Adrian alive was too risky, as she had seen him and could easily identify him, he decided to stage her death to end her life. He used a bed sheet and shower curtain rod to make it look like she had voluntarily ended her life. He later admitted in court that he had stood on the toilet lid to hang her. During the trial, he apologized to Adrienne's family, whose lives had been shattered by her tragic and untimely death. Unsurprisingly, his apology was met with no forgiveness. Andy, the husband of Adrian, was determined to ensure that the perpetrator, whom he referred to as a subhuman, would receive a life sentence. However, he was deeply shocked when the court ruled the case as manslaughter and sentenced Diego to 25 years in prison. Diego is set to be released shortly before his 45th birthday. Though Andy found the verdict profoundly unjust, he had no choice but to accept the court's decision as final. Following this tragic incident, Andy dedicated himself to honoring his wife's memory. He established a foundation in her name, providing scholarships and financial support to aspiring women filmmakers. Additionally, Andy created a film about Adrian, recounting the difficult and heroic journey of her life. For the film's final scene, he personally met with Diego, who gave a brief interview and recounted his crimes on camera. Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Fidel Lopez. This is the content of a chaotic call in the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Hello, listen, you gotta help me. My girlfriend is in the bathroom, she can't get enough air. I mean, oh my God, she's gonna die. Come on, I can barely understand you. Calm down. Oh my God, I know what happened. There's blood on the floor, I don't know, she's not breathing. I mean, she's gonna die. Come on, what's the address? I don't know, I was just smoking my cigarette. Man, I'm just smoking my cigarette, and then this happened. Damn it, Maria. Come on, please, I need you to tell me an address so we can assist you. Sir, I need an address so we can help you. In the early hours of Sunday morning, Fidel Lopez, 24, lit a cigarette inside his new apartment. Just behind the broken sliding glass door lay his 31-year-old girlfriend, Maria Lizette Namath, in a pool of her own blood, either dead or dying. He finished his cigarette and gathered the courage to call 911. The operator, understanding the situation and the address, quickly dispatched officers. The call was recorded at 3:39 a.m. on Sunday, September 20th, 2015. The specialists witnessed a horror show. According to detective investigator Christopher Piper, When the officers entered Lopez's apartment, they found Lopez standing next to Maria's body. He called for help, and the doctors immediately rushed to Maria lying in the pool of blood. The police noted that the dressing room was also splattered with blood. They observed extensive damage to the walls and doors throughout the apartment. Maria showed no signs of life and was pronounced dead at 4:02 a.m. Clear signs of a struggle and a near certainty that violent acts had taken place led to the apartment being declared a crime scene, which was placed under guard. Lopez was also detained pending the arrival of investigators. Piper reported that when he arrived at the crime scene, he briefly spoke with one of the officers and conducted a preliminary search of the nearly empty apartment. A Sunrise police officer informed the detective about Maria and Fidel. They had moved into the apartment less than a week ago. Maria, a native of Peru, was a rental manager for an apartment complex, while Fidel worked as a mechanic at a truck stop. They had begun dating about a year and 2 months prior after meeting at a club. Maria had recently separated from her husband after 8 years of marriage, and Fidel lived with his mother. They decided to live together and moved into an apartment in Terrace, Sunrise. It was clear from the apartment that Maria and Fidel had just moved in, were starting their life together almost from scratch. There was no full set of furniture, boxes were used as tables. On the night of the incident, the apartment was bare, making the dents and holes in the walls immediately noticeable. A broken glass door, blood virtually everywhere. In Detective Piper's report, it states that Maria's naked body was lying on the bathroom floor. In addition to the blood on the floor, there were bloody marks on the walls in the hallway, on the closet and bathroom doors, as well as many other surfaces. Inside the closet were pieces that looked like bloody human flesh. Initially, it was assumed that Maria had tried to terminate a pregnancy, but as forensic experts later discovered, it was the intestines that Fidel had torn out of his girlfriend during rough intimate. Detective Piper introduced Lopez to the police officers, who took him to the Sunrise police station at 7:40 a.m., where he was informed of his Miranda rights and placed in an interrogation room. Fidel then signed a waiver of these rights, claiming that although he didn't understand English, if it were read aloud to him, he would comprehend it. Defense attorneys later would unsuccessfully argue that since Fidel was not a native English speaker, he could not fully understand the Miranda rules. Miranda rights are a legal requirement in the United States, mandating that detainees be informed of their rights. The law enforcement officer who detains them must receive a positive response to the question of whether the detainee understands what has been said. Fidel Lopez, a native of Havana, Cuba, moved to the United States at the age of 16, attended high school, but dropped out in the 10th grade. Fidel recounted to the investigator his relationship with Maria, how it began, and how it developed up to that Saturday. On that day, he left work a couple of hours early and met Maria, who had also left home early. Maria cooked dinner for them, consisting of chicken, beans, and rice. After dinner, they visited Fidel's mother in Miami, then returned to their apartment, where they each had a glass of margarita, splitting a third drink. Later, they went to a liquor store and purchased a bottle of tequila. By about 10 p.m., they were home. According to Fidel, Maria was already tipsy from the margarita. At home, they continued to drink, placing 2 cardboard boxes on the floor since they didn't have a table, put their glasses and snacks on the boxes while listening to music. As the tequila took effect, Maria asked Fidel to fulfill some of her intimate fantasies. Much of what Fidel claimed was cruel and dangerous, but since he was her partner, he tried to comply with her requests. However, his memories from that night were fuzzy. He was drunk. As they engaged in various activities, Maria mentioned that she was feeling sick and asked him to leave the bathroom. Fidel stepped outside and found himself outside, smoking a cigarette. He doesn't remember if he broke down the bathroom door or if it was already broken, but it is most likely that he did it since Maria wasn't strong enough. He only remembers seeing broken glass on the floor and does not recall more details about how he broke it and why. He also remembers that he went to the bathroom and that Maria was somehow breathing intermittently at that time. Fidel thought that perhaps she was hurting herself, but he did not hear the characteristic sounds associated with that. When the detectives asked about the quarrel that occurred that night, Fidel replied that there were no quarrels, They were just drinking and listening to music. The detectives continued to probe and posed leading questions. Lopez was asked if he felt offended when his girlfriend spoke dismissively about his masculine qualities. He replied that he was not upset, just felt a little stupid. The next question from the investigators was whether there had been any damage to the apartment before they moved in. Fidel responded that everything was fine in the apartment. However, since the detectives were focused on the specifics of when and why things happened, they asked what he might have done in those moments when he was angry. During further interrogation, it appeared that Fidel might have felt angry about Maria's ex-husband, whom she had mentioned during their intimate, but he couldn't recall exactly what was said. The detectives continued the interrogation in the form of a normal conversation, maintaining a neutral tone without accusations. When discussing the moment Fidel realized that Maria had died, it was evident that he was overcome with emotion. He then began to explain that he tried to perform artificial respiration on Maria, despite not knowing how to do it properly. She was lying with her eyes open but was not moving, and he lay next to her on the floor, trying to bring her back to life while screaming for help, hoping someone would come. I tried to give her artificial respiration, but I didn't even know how to do it. She wasn't breathing at all, she had her eyes open but wasn't moving. I carried her in my arms and waited for the police. The police were interested to know whether Fidel had ever physically assaulted Maria before or used force against her, but he denied any physical violence during the interrogation. Then he was asked an important question: "Does that mean you admit that everything that happened in this apartment was destroyed and broken by you?" He confirmed this statement, insisting that he did not hurt Maria and continually asked if she was comfortable. Even when he noticed that she was bleeding, she said that she was not in pain. The officers informed Fidel that Maria had been examined by a forensic expert, who indicated that her injuries were very serious, involving internal bleeding, damage to internal organs, and multiple ruptures. When the police suggested that a brutal abuse had occurred, Fidel began to deny everything. He insisted he had done everything Maria asked him to do. They explained to him that Maria had serious internal injuries and that the pain she was experiencing would have been unbearable. Fidel, however, maintained that he had acted with her consent. The detectives attempted to persuade him that someone who truly loves another person could never cause such harm. They stated Maria was seriously injured. They began to reproach him for failing to show her due attention. "There's blood everywhere." Fidel appeared confused and was then told he needed to confess to what happened, particularly since the police had learned much more than what he had disclosed. They argued that if he loved Maria, she deserved an honest conclusion to this story. Fidel again agreed with these conclusions. Fidel loved this girl, of course. He wouldn't have done anything to hurt her, but he did. After a moment of silence, Fidel began to speak rapidly and interrupted himself. He revealed that Maria had mentioned wanting to go to Peru to visit her mother and would be gone for a while, which meant Fidel could not use her car to travel to and from work. This prompted an argument, though he could not recall how they ended up in the closet. They made up, had intimate, and at one point Maria called out the name of her ex-husband. This happened twice. Then Fidel described a series of attacks on Maria using both his body and various objects around the house, shoving them into her crotch. After his rage, Lopez returned to the closet where his girlfriend lay unconscious and continued to insert various foreign objects into her vagina and anus, including a beer bottle, a hair straightener, both fists, and his arm up to his elbow. Fidel also admitted to pulling internal tissue out of Nemeth's body while she was unconscious. He then took her naked body into the bathroom and attempted to revive her by splashing water in her face, but she did not wake up. He then washed the blood off his hands and went to the porch outside their apartment to smoke a cigarette. When Lopez returned inside to try to clean up the crime scene and conceal Nemeth's dislodged intestines, he realized she was no longer breathing. He began running around the rooms, smashing and breaking everything in sight. Afterward, he stopped to exhale, have a smoke, took off the clothes he was wearing, washed himself, put on fresh clothing without getting dirty, and called 911. Fidel confessed to the detectives that he committed the crime because, during their intimacy, at the height of pleasure, Maria shouted out another name. He expressed regret for what he did, saying he didn't want to kill her, but he knew he killed her. He took her life. He won't even be able to see her again. While the interrogation was ongoing, experts were collecting evidence at the crime scene and examining Maria's mutilated body. Police officers interviewed neighbors, many of whom noted hearing screams and sounds of conflict. Fidel Lopez was arrested and charged with murdering his girlfriend, Maria Nemeth. A long, dreadful night dragged on until midday before Fidel was shackled and transferred to the Aburrá County Jail, a man with no criminal record other than a 2014 arrest for intoxicated hooliganism. He was jailed in a cell recognized as a murderer, a monster who deserved to be caged. Perhaps it was the alcohol that drove him to madness. Perhaps jealousy turned him into someone he never imagined he could become. In the early stages of the trial, Fidel's lawyers attempted to challenge his entire interrogation and confession, arguing that his limited knowledge of English meant he could not understand his Miranda rights or request the presence of a lawyer from the moment of his arrest, as well as his right not to answer certain questions at his discretion. However, the judge ruled that there was sufficient evidence on the video recording showing that Fidel not only had a functional command of English but also fully understood what he was being asked. On July 14, 2017, after a lengthy stay in the Broward County Jail, Fidel agreed to a plea deal. On August 3, 2017, Fidel Lopez accepted charges of first-degree murder, abuse, assault, and was sentenced to life in prison. The terms of the plea deal prohibit him from appealing the sentence and ensure that he will never be eligible for parole. The peace of the families of Fidel Lopez and Maria Nemeth was shattered that fateful night. No one can undo the monstrous events that occurred. Welcome back, detectives. Let's dive into another horrible case. The case of Kathleen Shepard. Kathleen Shepard and her friend Detsy Hughes grew up across the street from each other in the small town of Dayton, Iowa, which has a population of less than 1,000 people. In this quiet town, everyone knows one another. Kathleen was 3 years older than Detsy. In 2013, she was 15, while Detsy was 12. Despite the age difference, they were best friends and did everything together, often walking home from the school bus stop. At approximately 4 p.m. on May 20, 2013, after being dropped off by the bus, they noticed that a red pickup truck was following them. The man in the truck caught their attention by offering them a chance to earn some pocket money. He said he owned a lawn care business and needed help. Although he was a little skeptical about their lawn mowing abilities, he was so convincing that they began to trust him. The man said he could drive them home to get ready, then they would go to work together, and he would pay them right away. However, when they got in the car, he changed his plans. Instead of taking them home, he drove them out of town. When Kathleen and Detsy sensed something was wrong and tried to resist, the man pulled out a weapon and threatened to kill them if they didn't comply. He took them to an old, abandoned house and brought them to a dilapidated barn that hadn't been used for years. He tied them up, threw them face down in the dirt, and warned them that if they obeyed him, they wouldn't be harmed and he would eventually let them go, even offering to give them a ride back to town. At that moment, Detsy realized something was very wrong. First, if he's not planning to kill them, why go so far from the city? Second, the presence of a weapon suggested otherwise from the beginning. Kathleen's last words were, "They don't deserve this." After that, the kidnapper took her into the woods, giving Detsy a chance to escape. Detsy couldn't explain why Kathleen was taken or what happened to Kathleen since she didn't witness it. Although the kidnapper threatened them with a weapon, he was so careless that he left it right in front of Detsy while taking Kathleen away. Detsy was able to loosen her ropes and escape. While fleeing, she grabbed a weapon for protection in case he tried to catch her. Scared, she navigated through the forest, avoiding thorny roots, and then followed a dirt road in search of help. There were no people around. Despite her injuries, Detsy did not give in to the pain. She felt as though the kidnapper was still pursuing her and that escape was impossible. In her desperate situation, she called out for help, and people nearby brought her to the police. Detsy was terrified. During her escape, she had lost her shoes and sustained several cuts on her legs and feet, which were bloody but not life-threatening. While her physical injuries healed quickly, the emotional scars lingered. Although she received rehabilitation, she still struggles with the psychological effects from the traumatic experience. Detsy provided a detailed description of the kidnapper and his car, giving detectives a solid chance of locating him before he could harm anyone else. Later that evening, around 8 p.m., a body was discovered in the countryside, near the area where Detsy was rescued, at a country estate northeast of Dayton, Iowa. The deceased was identified as 42-year-old Michael Klunder, who Detsy later recognized as her kidnapper. Interestingly, the cause of his death was not revealed for some time. The situation was confusing because Michael did not leave any suicide notes, and there were no clues about where to search for Kathleen. The police had to conduct the search for her without clear leads. Detectives investigated Michael's background for possible clues and found some information. He had his first trial in 1989 when he was just 17 years old and was from Mason City, Iowa, USA. On February 22, 1989, Michael knocked on Jill Gilsey's door, claiming that his car had broken down and asking to use her phone. Instead of just helping him, Jill offered to give him a ride home so he could deal with his car issues. He accepted her offer immediately without any hesitation. As soon as Jill opened the door, he attacked her, knocking her down, hitting her several times, and trying to strangle her with his bare hands. Despite the brutal attack and severe bruising on her neck, Jill fought back and, with the last of her strength, pushed him away. She was determined to seek justice for this horrific incident. Michael faced charges for second-degree burglary and assault with intent to cause serious injury, both of which were aggravated offenses. However, after his arrest, a judge decided to set a bail amount that was below the maximum for those charges, allowing him the potential to be released. This leniency angered Jill and others, as it seemed the judge underestimated the severity of his actions. Fortunately, Michael could not afford the bail, so he remained in custody. Michael remains in custody, awaiting his sentencing hearing. Jill and many others who know Michael believe he is not receiving the punishment he deserves, which worries them. During the preliminary hearing, a decision was made regarding whether Michael, the 17-year-old, should be tried as an adult or as a juvenile. The juvenile judge chose to recuse himself because Michael Klunder displayed alarming behavior from the start. He had a history of being problematic and aggressive, particularly toward girls. In November of that year, Michael enticed a classmate into the school restroom. He threatened her with a weapon and demanded that she take off her shirt, but the girl resisted and tried to escape from him. In response, he struck her on the head with a metal object and physically assaulted her. This resulted in serious injuries, and the girl spent about a week recovering in the hospital. By February 1989, it was reported that Michael had been released after fulfilling all court orders following the incident with the girl in the restroom. Michael returned to live with his father and stepmother in Mason City. However, he soon began to have aggressive outbursts. Shortly after, he attacked a girl named Jill and was arrested. While in custody, officials advised against allowing him to interact with older inmates due to concerns that he might either act aggressively or be bullied because of the charges against him. However, his skills as a liar and manipulator posed a risk of negatively influencing other young offenders. Facing serious charges, he could be sentenced to up to 12 years in prison and fined up to $15,000. If he had been tried as a minor, he would have faced a maximum of 7 years. This situation provided his lawyer with both a clear goal and leverage. On March 30th, Michael pleaded guilty to attempted burglary and attempted assault with intent to cause serious harm. Just 5 weeks before his 18th birthday, he learned his sentence. Michael was taken to the mental health center in Cherokee for a psychiatric evaluation. While imprisoned, he was sentenced to 5 years for attacking Jill. He spent his 18th birthday in prison and received an additional 2 years for robbery. However, these sentences were to run concurrently, meaning he would still be released after 5 years. This news troubled Jill, but there was nothing she could do about it. The court had decided that extending his sentence would be inhumane, likely hoping he could be rehabilitated despite being a potentially dangerous criminal. Despite the short sentence, Michael's lawyers sought to have it reduced. Their main argument was that he was still a minor, even though he was tried as an adult. Fortunately, in September 1989, the court refused to modify its ruling. 2 years passed, and he completed his sentence for robbery, but he still had 3 years remaining for the charges of bodily harm and assault before his official release. Michael adhered to all court orders and took part in a rehabilitation program for individuals at risk of committing abuse. He took the program seriously and attended all the lectures, but it seemed unlikely that he genuinely wanted to change his behavior. His lawyer approached the case with determination, believing that Michael was ready for release. Michael had a flawless prison record, with no incidents or fights during his incarceration, which worked in his favor. Michael's defenders succeeded in getting his case reviewed, resulting in his release in 1991, shortly after his 20th birthday. However, he was placed on probation. From the start, it became clear that his old habits were resurfacing. In 1992, 2 young girls, both just 3 years old, disappeared near Michael's home while playing in a sandbox. Their parents quickly realized the girls had been abducted and reported it to the police, prompting an immediate search, fearing the worst. An unknown caller contacted the police station, reporting that the 2 missing girls had been found at a bus stop nearly 100 kilometers from their hometown. A passerby noticed a small orange container under a canopy at the bus stop. Upon opening it, he was startled by what he discovered and promptly alerted the authorities. When officers arrived, they found the girls, who were both injured. Though several witnesses had identified Michael as a suspect, he had not yet been charged. One witness recalled seeing him observe young girls from his window, spending extended periods in his kitchen or living room watching as children played outside or as schoolgirls returned home. In light of the girls' abduction, this behavior raised alarm. The day after the girls were located, police visited Michael's home to question him. However, at that time, detectives lacked sufficient evidence. They faced a challenge in gathering information about the kidnappers from the 3-year-old victims without causing further trauma. Due to their young age and fear, the girls were unable to provide meaningful details. After an initial conversation, detectives still had no valuable information. Michael denied any involvement in the kidnapping, and without evidence, the police had no basis to detain him. Michael took advantage of the delay, got into his 1982 Honda, and left the state, heading to Florida. However, his getaway was cut short when the car broke down on the road. This forced him to seek help from a relative who lived nearby. Eventually, Michael was arrested on Christmas Eve. The arrest occurred at a bus stop in Houston, thanks to an anonymous tip received by law enforcement. It turned out that the call had come from Michael's relative, who suspected that he was up to something, even though they had no knowledge of the situation involving the kidnapped girls. The 3-year-old victims lived in the same residential complex in Cherokee, where the troubling events had taken place. Despite appearing to be a safe place under surveillance, it seems he had been watching the girls for a while before realizing they were alone. CCTV footage from the complex showed the girls playing before they suddenly looked away and moved in another direction. Detectives believe Michael managed to attract their attention while remaining out of sight of the cameras. This plan worked. The girls' miraculous rescue was even covered on television. Michael had hidden them in a container, which he sealed and left at the bus stop. If the box hadn't been discovered within a few hours, the outcome could have been very different. It was a fortunate coincidence, along with the vigilance of a passerby, that led to their rescue. Doctors reported that while the children had not been abused, they did have injuries. One showed visible signs of strangulation around her neck. The other girl could have suffered the same fate, but for unknown reasons, the criminal seemed less focused on her. In a frightened, fragmented manner, the girl described how a large man had grabbed her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, something caused him to stop. This miraculous rescue also helped police gather crucial information. Initially, the girls were too scared to talk freely to detectives, but over time, they revealed that the criminal had attempted to strangle both of them when he took them away to a remote location. Witnesses had a clear memory of the attacker and provided a description that closely resembled Michael Klunder. Following this, he was arrested and charged with kidnapping and harming children. In Iowa, kidnapping can result in a life sentence, and his previous criminal history raised concerns. Michael was genuinely shocked when detectives returned to his home to read him his rights. During the hearing, his lawyer argued for a lighter sentence. Michael was convicted of third-degree kidnapping, but the assault charge was reduced since no one died in the incident and the choking was considered less severe. He received a 2-year sentence for causing bodily harm and a 10-year sentence for each count of third-degree kidnapping. The jury reached their verdict quickly. By the time he was incarcerated, another crime had been solved just 5 months later, revealing that he had also been involved in other kidnapping incidents that he had not disclosed. Fortunately, those incidents did not lead to any fatalities. Ultimately, the court sentenced him to over 30 years in prison, to be served consecutively, with no possibility of parole. His lawyer continued to argue that instead of prison, Michael needed rehabilitation and support for reintegration into society. There was some merit to this argument, as Michael's behavior during his first arrest was concerning. He appeared detached and indifferent when speaking with police. After Michael confessed, he was asked why he felt it was necessary to kidnap his victims. He couldn't provide a solid explanation and later claimed it was due to having a bad day. It's unclear what behaviors might lead to leniency in prison, but Michael was released in 2011 after serving only 20 years. However, this was followed by another probation period, which he failed to complete. Before he could fully adjust to being free, he began to act out again, leading to a more tragic outcome. This time, Michael kidnapped Kathleen and Detsy. Detsy was rescued by accident, but the search for Kathleen continues. This incident increased the total number of confirmed victims of Michael to 7, most of whom were minors. However, the actual number could be greater. In 1992, Michael lived in another state where he committed additional crimes, including the kidnapping of an 18-year-old girl named Lori Lee Smith, whom he lured with his car. At the time, Lori was driving home on a quiet country road late at night. Suddenly, she noticed someone behind her flashing their headlights and signaling her to stop. Believing it was an emergency, Lori pulled over and rolled down her window. Michael then approached her vehicle, claiming that her taillights were out and offering to help check them. Unaware of the danger, Lori got out of her car. As soon as Lori reached the side of the trunk, Michael pulled out a knife and threatened her. He tried to lure her into his car, but Lori was brave and fiercely resisted him. They struggled inside Michael's vehicle until a passing truck interrupted them. It's important to note that Michael typically kept his victims alive until the last moment, with the exception of Kathleen. After Michael was released in 2011 and before he kidnapped Kathleen and Detsy in 2013, there was a significant period during which his actions went unaccounted for. This gap raised concerns and warranted further investigation to determine if there were other victims or crimes that had not yet been discovered. During this time, Michael had plenty of opportunities to commit more crimes, and there were few signs that he intended to change his ways. It was believed that he could have committed many similar offenses, some of which might have resulted in deaths. His victims were often saved by sheer luck or unexpected circumstances. There could be other unresolved kidnappings and murders linked to him. For example, he was suspected of being involved in the disappearances of 2 8-year-old girls in 2012, Leary Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins from Evansdale, Iowa. However, proving a connection to these cases was not possible. At the time of Leary and Elizabeth's observation, Michael's phone was detected in a different location, which cleared him of suspicion. This case remains unsolved, and the fate of 15-year-old Kathleen is still uncertain. Detectives are analyzing the information and investigating the final days of Michael's life. Interestingly, he appeared to be maintaining a normal life. He had a steady job, purchased a house, and was married to a woman named Lisa, who also came from a small town. Michael preferred small towns because children there tend to be more trusting, many homes are often left unlocked, and it can be easier for criminals to operate. Michael was fortunate not only in finding victims but also in eluding detection. Even though he should have been registered as an abuse offender and was under constant watch by the authorities, Lisa was completely unaware of his past. As a result, detectives decided to search their home first. On February 25, 2013, law enforcement officers spoke with neighbors to see if anyone had seen Kathleen, but no one recognized her photo. Lisa, who listened in shock to the revelations from the police about her husband, felt overwhelmed and was unable to provide any useful information to the investigator. Around this time, 12-year-old Detsy had regained her composure. She spoke with the detectives and later participated in several interviews, which helped them piece together the details of her escape. Detectives searched the barn but did not find Kathleen there. Hopes for her safe return quickly faded when bloodstains found in Michael's car were matched to her DNA. The circumstances surrounding Kathleen remained unclear, but they were able to make some predictions about Michael's behavior. When he returned and discovered that Detsy had escaped and taken his weapon with her, he concluded that it was all over for him and took his own life. Michael likely feared returning to prison, knowing that other inmates would have treated him terribly for his crimes against children. Something terrible must have happened to Kathleen, leading him to choose death over life in prison. Even after Detsy's escape, there were still no updates about Kathleen. The search continued, and in those initial days, they discovered the girl's backpacks, which Michael had left behind in the forest. Kathleen Shepard's fate was discovered 2 weeks later when a body was found in the river, a few kilometers from her hometown. Unfortunately, her body's condition had deteriorated, making identification difficult. Eventually, it was confirmed that the body belonged to Kathleen Shepard. Investigators found signs of sharp objects on her body and the same bindings used to restrain Detsy. In this way, Kathleen became Michael's last victim. This situation raises questions regarding Michael as an individual. In light of these events, the public expressed outrage towards law enforcement, accusing them of protecting dangerous criminals more than the victims. Interestingly, Lisa, Michael's wife, was one of the few who genuinely mourned him. Could she have been the only person to see some humanity in him that could inspire affection? Or was her seeming affection a result of her husband's manipulative behavior? Hello everyone, today we will learn about another case. The case of Carolyn Watson. If kidnapping is not about satisfying the criminal's painful desires, then most often, the attackers seek money. But it is not always that simple. Some frightening actions have a much more mundane nature. Budgery, in Australia, does not seem like a place where something terrifying could happen. It is a rural and remote area with a population of fewer than 200 people. Located in the peaceful region of Victoria, it is not even marked on all maps. The local community consists of only a few dozen families, and everyone knows each other well. However, this calm and measured pace did not prevent criminal stories from surfacing. The media began to write about the quiet and prosperous life in Budgery, which changed in 2008 due to an event that made the entire continent shudder. A man named Julian Buchwald, 25, lived there. His family owns a large piece of land in the area. Julian had a girlfriend, 17-year-old Carolyn Watson, who lived in a neighboring town. They had been dating for about 2 years. Even in his younger years, Julian loved to explore the surroundings, especially his plot of land, to satisfy his natural curiosity. The difficult terrain, combined with the abundance of vegetation, offered plenty of opportunities for imagination and exploration. Both Julian and Carolyn continued to live with their parents. Despite dating for 2 years, they were very serious about their relationship. They often discussed the prospects of marriage. Being deeply religious individuals, just like their families, they even visited the local pastor of the church to declare their desire to marry during a Sunday service, where they had first met. Faith played a significant role in their lives. On the morning of March 4, 2008, Julian picked up Carolyn from her home for a picnic. She lived in the neighboring town of Churchill, which was a bit larger, with about 5,000 people. It was located about 20 minutes away by car from Budgery. After leaving, they returned to Julian's house because he had forgotten some food in the car that could spoil in the heat. They gathered everything they needed and quickly left before it got too hot. Typically, Julian and Carolyn would relax on Julian's family property, where there were plenty of secluded spots that looked picturesque for a romantic outing. However, this time, they decided to venture further to visit a nearby waterfall. Around 3 p.m., they planned to return. Most of the journey went smoothly, but just before reaching the waterfall, Julian suddenly became alarmed. He noticed the carcass of an animal on the side of the road, so he slowed down and stopped at a safe distance around a small bend. He told Carolyn that he wanted to get out to check, as he thought the animal might still be alive and he could help it. This curiosity wasn't unusual for him. Carolyn had gotten used to these quirks and decided to wait for him inside the SUV while following his movements in the rearview mirror. At some point, Carolyn became distracted. When she looked back again, she no longer saw Julian. She assumed he had gone behind the hill or a turn, which is why she was out of view. But after some time, Julian still hadn't returned, and this began to worry her. He always came back quickly. Realizing they were far from the city and in the wilderness, Carolyn was afraid to get out of the car. Her boyfriend's absence increasingly troubled her. Suddenly, she caught sight of something even more frightening in the mirror. A figure darted into view. She saw a man standing next to the car. He looked threatening, fully dressed with gloves, and wearing a balaclava. Carolyn intended to lock the doors of the car, but the stranger had already jumped to her side, opened the door. Before she could react, pulled her out of the car and threw her to the ground. He covered her mouth with tape, silencing her screams, and she could barely resist. Within minutes, the kidnapper had bound and blindfolded her, then shoved her into the trunk of his car. Terrified, Carolyn hoped that Julian would return to save her. However, the kidnapper got behind the wheel and drove away, leaving her alone with her fear. She tried to escape, but the ropes were too tight to loosen. It felt like the trip lasted several hours. Eventually, the SUV came to a stop. The trunk opened. The kidnapper, still wearing a balaclava and gloves, stood in front of her again. He threw her onto the ground, and Carolyn realized she was still unable to free herself from her bindings. Despite her desperate attempts to do so, she had little idea of where she was located, but she saw that there was a dense forest surrounding her. The stranger tore off her clothes, using a knife to cut away her underwear, and then walked away. Carolyn was completely naked, lying next to the car. She heard a sound as if the kidnapper was digging. This noise came from a few meters away. Carolyn realized that she was about to die. She could not imagine what awaited her, but she understood that she would not get out of here alive. The only thing she could do in such a situation was to pray. At that time, Julian's mother and father noticed their absence and that both had left by car. Julian and Carolyn told their parents that they were going on a picnic together but did not specify the location. They were expected to return around 3 p.m., but the clock now read around 5 p.m. While everything could be attributed to youth and passion, Julian and Carolyn was always very responsible, was never late, especially for an extended period. Julian's mother called her son, but he didn't answer. Carolyn also ignored the calls. This was uncharacteristic for them, as they always stayed in touch. A delay of several hours seemed unthinkable, considering that they had not warned anyone that they would be late. The parents inspected the area around the house but found no traces of Julian and Carolyn. A search operation alone on such a large piece of land seemed pointless, so Julian's mother decided to return to the house and wait for them in the driveway. Suddenly, she discovered something strange. She saw a glint as from glass and found a bottle with a note inside that was stuck in the fence mesh. She read it, and its contents horrified her. Some criminal had written that he had kidnapped Julian and Carolyn. The text was full of obscene language. The criminal warned the parents not to report it to the police, otherwise, Carolyn would be burned alive, and Julian would die in agony. The kidnapper spoke of some business he had to attend to, stating that if he succeeded, the children would return home safe and sound, but only if the parents complied with all his demands. This message horrified she. Though she panicked, she was not going to follow the demands of the criminal and reported the matter to the police. Law enforcement officers immediately responded to the call and began to inspect the area, which was rugged terrain with a lot of vegetation. There was much work to be done. Relatives hoped that Julian and Carolyn had secluded themselves in the area since they rarely left Butchery. The family's situation worsened when Julian's relatives found out that both Julian's and Carolyn's families had received ominous notes. The families of Julian and Carolyn and the detectives met to discuss what had happened. Carolyn's father found a similar bottle on the porch of their house, which contained a message insisting that they not contact the police, also threatening to kill Julian and Carolyn. Even worse, He promised to deal with the entire family if his demands were violated. Everyone wondered what could possibly have motivated the hatred toward this sweet couple of young people. Initially, it was believed that that were just a cruel joke. Now the police had two notes, as well as the real disappearance of Julian and Carolyn. Until late in the evening, neither Julian nor Carolyn had made contact. The handwriting in both letters was identical. That means that the two families may have a common enemy. However, no one had the slightest idea who he might be. It was curious that the note contained a symbol that seemed to have an occult nature. Some group that considered Christians their enemies. This was considered a valuable clue, and it was quickly discovered that it was used by a certain satanic cult called the Order of Nine Angles. The history of this organization was checked and found that it had appeared in Great Britain back in the 60s, was actively luring in members in the 70s. However, the cult did not become widespread and did not have a large number of followers. Some of its members were being held accountable for extremist ideology and various threats. As the activists gained notoriety, the group opened branches in several countries around the world. Their ideology included isolating their members from the rest of society. They openly advocated for violence and committing crimes against perceived enemies, specifically targeting Christians whom they recognized as opponents to be destroyed. The most frightening aspect of this movement's activities was the propaganda promoting human sacrifices, which horrified families and prompted the police to intensify their efforts. Julian and Carolyn were simply devout Christians. Interestingly, until that point, the activities of this group had only been observed in Australia. They could potentially attempt to declare themselves by committing their first ritual murder. Satanists might use the sacrifice of Julian and Carolyn to gain fame from there began to gather like-minded people. The relatives did not receive any news for several days. Julian's car was declared wanted, but that didn't help. All the detectives' efforts proved in vain as they couldn't find either Julian and Carolyn or any leads on where to continue searching. Considering who Carolyn and Julian may have contacted, it was believed that it would be impossible to return they alive. The relatives knew that they had packed only a small amount of food meant to last a few hours. They had no worn clothes and no equipment. They did not have tents to survive the temperature fluctuations that occur in Australia during the day and night. There were also concerns about dangerous areas where Julian and Carolyn could fall victim to predators. The scorching heat and hunger posed significant threats. Even if they escaped from their kidnappers, encounters with wild or poisonous animals could be deadly. The rescue operation transitioned to a recovery effort, but this, too, yielded no results. 6 days passed during which the families of Julian and Carolyn did not find any peace. Suddenly, a message arrived: Julian and Carolyn had been found. What was most astonishing was that both were relatively safe. They had simply emerged onto the roadway near the Alpine National Park. A passing farmer stopped to help and immediately reported their situation to the police. It was not surprising that law enforcement officers were unable to find any trace of the individuals Julian and Carolyn. The national park was several hundred kilometers from where they lived, requiring about a 6-hour drive by car. Julian sustained serious injuries. While making their way through the desert, he suffered sunburn, cuts from thorny bushes, blisters, and bruises all over his body. Nonetheless, aside from the extreme stress of their ordeal, they were otherwise fine. Detectives met with Julian and Carolyn to gather information and prevent potentially dangerous criminals from operating in the area. They first communicated with Carolyn, who detailed the horrific trials she endured after being kidnapped. She described being undressed, thrown to the ground, where she lay and prayed just a few meters away from her kidnapper, who was digging in the earth. She was certain that this was her grave. This agonizing wait continued interminably until the sounds of digging stopped. Carolyn heard footsteps moving away, and everything went silent. Realizing that the criminal had abandoned her, she knew she could not remain passive. Quickly, she attempted to free herself from her ropes, but they did not yield. Her hands hurt as she rubbed them until they bled. Suddenly, she heard Julian's voice calling her name as he crawled closer. He managed to rip off her blindfold and the duct tape from her mouth. Julian, also tied up and without clothes, had managed to free his hands. This allowed Julian to finally escape and then free Carolyn. However, the danger was not over. The kidnapper could return at any moment. There was no car, but the abandoned backpack and scattered contents of the trunk remained. They found supplies that they had taken with them for a picnic, gathered everything, and fled into the thicket. They wanted to get as far away from that place as possible to plan their next steps. Along the way, Julian recounted his story. He approached an animal lying on the side of the road to examine the body, but as he leaned over, he heard footsteps approaching quickly from behind. He didn't have time to react before he was attacked. He was struck on the back of the head hard enough to lose consciousness. According to Julian, when he awoke a few hours later, he immediately began calling out for Carolyn. The criminal was no longer nearby, having escaped in an SUV. Over the next few days, they desperately tried to reach the road, making their way through thick bushes. They risked encountering wild animals. Even the slightest bite from an Australian poisonous spider or snake could be fatal. Their supplies were very limited since they had packed only a small amount of food for their picnic, specifically. During the day, Julian and Carolyn suffered from the suffocating heat, risking sunstroke. At night, they struggled to stay warm, sharing a single sleeping bag. The situation was compounded by the fear that the kidnapper could pursue them and find them at any moment. Both Julian and Carolyn were completely unaware of why this had happened to them. The situation worsened when, a few days later, they unwittingly returned to the same place where they had been held hostage. As it turned out, they had made a large circle. Nevertheless, Julian took advantage of the situation. Despite his fear of being caught, he was able to steal clothes and any remaining food, improving the dire condition of the starving couple. However, everything came to an end quickly. Carolyn fell into despair, feeling that they could not be saved, and found solace only in prayer. Finally, God heard her pleas. After 6 days, they were able to find their way out of the dense bushes. They emerged onto the road, where the police spoke to Julian, for the most part, confirmed his girlfriend's account, except for the part where he claimed to be unconscious. Julian and Carolyn was sent to stay in the hospital and then with their relatives, but law enforcement officers had no time to rest. Despite the miraculous rescue of the kidnapping victims, the armed forces still faced a real threat that the dangerous organization responsible for the kidnapping would continue its destructive activities. It had to be stopped at any cost. Before bloodshed could begin, the police decided to go to the place from which the prisoners had escaped. They found cut pieces of duct tape, clothing, a shovel, and other items, all of which were checked. To the detectives' amazement, some items belonged to Julian, including a rope found in his house's barn. There was also disturbed earth that had been dug up. The detectives discovered a balaclava, black clothing, gloves, and other things described by Carolyn. From that moment, Julian's story became even more disturbing. In particular, Julian was never able to show any signs of the head injuries he claimed to have sustained. Any such injuries should have remained visible, especially if Julian had indeed delivered a blow that could have knocked him out for several hours. They decided to talk to Julian again. From the start, the detectives made it clear that they had good reason to suspect him of kidnapping. Julian was nervous but insisted on his story, referring to his beloved, who confirmed much of what he said. However, within a few hours, he was brought to justice. Julian admitted that he had organized the kidnapping himself. He had bought the items he intended to use for the kidnapping in advance, taking some from home, including items that allowed him to hide his face from Carolyn. He had even trained for some time to tie knots that would not injure when immobilizing someone. The cult symbols used in the letters were meant to scare his parents and Carolyn's relatives into not contacting the police, preventing detective intervention. Julian deliberately used foul language in the letters he sent to the Buchwald and Watson families. No one thought he would say such words. Julian had deliberately chosen the longest route to the waterfall to avoid detection and confuse the tracks. The guy kept a lookout for anything suspicious that could attract attention and give him the opportunity to implement his plan. He eventually noticed an animal carcass on the side of the road and decided it was time to act. Julian stopped around a corner to hide from Carolyn's sight, changed his clothes, and returned to the car to play out the rest. The place he had chosen to take Carolyn was far away, allowing them to stay away from people. According to him, when Carolyn heard sounds of earth being dug up, he was actually not making a grave but getting rid of evidence. After that, he got into the car and drove away to hide it in the woods, then he returned to Carolyn. Along the way, he got rid of his clothes and wrapped ropes around his hands to make himself look like a kidnapped person. After that, he began to call her name in a weak voice, pretending that he had just regained consciousness after a blow to the head. The kidnapping was carefully planned. He had items that helped they survive this difficult period. Even the fact that they returned to the place from which they had escaped was part of the plan. However, one aspect still remained unclear. Why stage such a spectacle? 22-year-old Julian admitted that he wanted to marry Carolyn immediately. They had already been dating for 2 years, but she did not agree. 17-year-old Carolyn planned to finish school, decide on her future, go to college, get a job, become independent before finally tying the knot and starting a family. At the same time, both were devout Christians who believed in abstaining from intimate before marriage. He did not want to wait so long. He desperately wanted to satisfy his intimate desires, so he staged the kidnapping. He specifically planned everything so that they would both be isolated during their wandering through the dense thickets. Julian tried various tactics to persuade his girlfriend to be intimate. He reasoned that they might not survive this adventure, and it was worth trying intimate. He also convinced Carolyn that in the face of death, they had entered into an alliance in the fight for their lives, which he equated with marriage. Julian even tried to persuade her that they needed to engage in intimate intercourse to keep warm at night, claiming he had read about such a method somewhere. Carolyn was unwavering, continued to refuse, and insisted on her beliefs, convinced that God would save them. Therefore, his plan ultimately failed. Among the items Julian had prepared for the trip, there was a map of the national park. They had not actually gotten lost when Julian realized Carolyn was not going to give up. Therefore, he decided to lead them out of this national park. After Julian's confession, he was slapped by Carolyn, charged with kidnapping and perjury. The trial was scheduled for August 2009. Julian was not held in jail after the trial because his wealthy family posted bail. Julian took advantage of the situation and made another attempt to escape punishment. In September 2009, he obtained an Indian passport, boarded a plane, and flew to China. The document was obviously fake but of sufficient quality to fool Australian security services. Julian dyed his hair black and spent a long time sunbathing to darken his skin as much as possible, even though he was fair-skinned and required many tanning sessions. Although he managed to fly out of Australia, the Indian security services were more vigilant and refused to let him enter the country. Julian was arrested in Singapore. It was assumed that India was only the first stop on his journey and that Germany was intended to be his final destination. After that, he received a sentence of 7 years and 3 months for kidnapping, as well as an additional 6 months for escaping. He tried to challenge the court's decision, arguing that it was too harsh, but could not contest the fact that the kidnapping in this incident was a significant issue. In another unexpected turn of events, it was revealed that Julian was originally from Germany. His family had moved to Australia at an early age. In 2014, the Immigration Service considered the possibility of canceling his visa. Julian tried to resist this decision but failed. In 2016, he was deported to Germany, ending up in a country where he did not know the language at all. There were no relatives or acquaintances with whom he could start anew. His further fate is not reliably known, and there is no information about whether he went to prison. According to some sources, Julian's situation has worsened. On the other hand, Carolyn could not come to her senses for a long time after such a betrayal. It was difficult for her to learn to trust people, especially men. What happened in her life afterward is unknown.